Right, and Teddy, our last show, man. Here we go. Startups, just. It's definitely startups. 35s. Just about hear it. The wind's quite strong going down the other way. Right, here we go. Here we go. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Ladies, gents, and teddy bears, give it up for one last time for the year for a full show here at RAF Lakenheath. Ladies, gents, and teddy bears, welcome to our last full show Valkyries ride. Here we go. And we're going to start things off, ladies, gents, and teddy bears, with the 495th Fighter Squadron, the Valkyries. Here we go. Well, Ted, it's our last full show, man. It's our last full show. I say full show because we may be up to something over Christmas. Ted, this is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. The wind's quite strong from the east, which means it's a runway 05 today. I don't know what we're going to get. The clouds are a little bit low. And there he is, this our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. My name's Nick Oss, I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator. Welcome to one of your favourite bases, the fighter town of Suffolk, which started life out all the way back, not only as a decoy airfield, but built in the late part of 1940 and was operating from 1941. So welcome to an ex-bomber county. Now it serves as the United States Air Force in Europe, pronounced USAF, and it's got a combined 4th gen classic marvel of American air superiority, the F-15, and in the version of the F-15E Strike Eagle. And we've also got the wonderful 5th generation multi-role stealth. You can't see me, but I can see you. That's right, the F-35A. Oh yeah. Here we go. So runway 05 in use. Let's go and see what's going on down there. So we should start to see taxiing aircraft. It's as you can see, it's pretty grim out here, like the Grim Reapers. So F-35As, the 9G pull-in, Mach 1.6 speeding, and may I add, the world's most powerful single jet engine in a single jet fighter, the F-35A, producing a whopping 43,000 pounds of thrust. The two squadrons that fly it, who both made history with the F-35A, unique to USAF and the 48 Fighter Wing. We'll start off going back to the 15th of December 2021. The 495th arrived here, the 495th Fighter Squadron arrived here to make Lakenheath the very first wing of the USAF to use the F-35A. So the first unit to use the F-35A of USAF, and the first arrival. Now, previous to that, they were inactive for 30 years. The last aircraft that they'd seen and the last nickname was the F-111 Aardvark. Their nickname was the Thundervarks. Now, after 30 years of being inactive, the Thundervark was a bit of a play on words on the Aardvark. So they needed a new nickname, so they put it out to the members of the public. What would you like us to be called? Lots of different wonderful names, such as the Archangels, the Daggers. Here we go, Valkyries ride. You can hear them with the... So, yeah, the winner was indeed the Valkyries. Linked to the Norse myths and gods and legends. Linked with here with Anglo-Saxon period, as we've mentioned before in the history. They're known as the Valkyries, so they would have had related call signs to go with it. That's our Valkyries ride. Latin. They're one of two squadrons here to have Latin as their motto. Mala ipsa nova. Bad news itself. Okay, so a year later after that, the Grim Reapers were converting from their F-15C and D models. So in 2022, they too converted to the F-35A. They were once known as the Roosters from 56 to 1992. That's right. But predominantly they are known as the Grim Reapers. Mors Inimicis. Death to the enemy. Black and gold are their colours. Just say it how it is. The Grim Reapers having the most aerial victories during their time in the P-47 Thunderbolt during World War II, between 43 and 45, with 8.5 aerial victories. Some sources suggest 9, but I found that they had the highest only by 1. The 494th having 8, and the 492nd having 3. This was the aircraft that they were using during the Second World War. Just the 3 squadrons, because we all know that the 495th became inactive again in April the 1st, 1944. But the 3 squadrons left their country, headed for RAF Ibsley with the 70th Fighter Wing, because they were a group. This was their weapon of choice with the 9th Air Force. Remember, the 9th Air Force is maybe not a unit that you would have been familiar with. The 9th Air Force, indeed.
35s, Nick, I think.
Oh yes, these are indeed the 495th Valkyries ride.
Valkyries. Yep.
So they're just crossing the runway. You can see how grim it is down there. So hope you're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. So we're going to start off with a bit of trouble with the F-35s. Runway 05 in use. More F-35s taxiing now. So yes, the 495th actually became inactive in 1944. They were once known as the 9th Reconnaissance Squadron in 1941, 15th of January, when they were activated with the first ever aviation objectives of the US Army Air Corps as a precautionary measure for a brewing Second World War. They changed again a year later. They were known as the 88th Bomb Squadron flying the B-18 Bolo, the unique to them at the time. The rest of the squadrons were flying the A-18 Shrike. There is a call sign Shrike, right? But there we go. And then a year later, all 4 squadrons got the names that we know today: 492nd, 493rd, 494th, 495th. So the 88th were once the 9th Reconnaissance Squadron, then it became the 88 Bomb Squadron, and then the 495th Fighter Bomb Squadron. Does that make sense?
I was going to say, if you know over there, he'll probably know the programme you're in.
He'll rather do it now than later because it's quite busy.
Yeah, around. Right, we'll have to go up on the bank. See you shortly, lads.
There we go.
Are they down the bottom, are they?
Yeah, there's 2 there at the moment, and with a third, there's some more flashy What else we got? So we've got 2 on the left and 2 on the right on our screens, so that's, according to my aging brain, that's 4. Long line of history, as we said. So they have flown the least amount of aircraft due to their total amount of 63 years of being inactive. But here they are now, flying the latest and greatest. And it's going to get noisy in Fighter Town. Welcome to our last major show of 2025. And may I add, we've just hit 121,000 subscribers. Oh, yeah. That's good, isn't it?
That is well deserved. Just hit 121,000.
Yeah, just now. All good. Rolling. Welcome to the show, ladies, gents, teddy bears. And welcome to the only wing of the United States with not only a number, as they all do, but the only one with a name. That's right, they're known as the Statue of Liberty Wing, and that was all because they were reactivated in France, close to the workshop of where the Statue of Liberty was created and made. That's right, about 25 miles out away at Chaumont Air Base in France, and they became a wing status from 1952. You see, in 1941, the 48th were actually a group. They were under a wing. In fact, they were assigned to the 70th Fighter Wing, especially when they came to Hampshire near Bournemouth, RAF Ibsley, and then, of course, later on in July, they progressed onto France. So they've spent a lot of time in France and Belgium. The 9th Air Force, if you're not familiar with, it's who they were assigned to. They deal with more ground attack and supporting the army on the ground, so taking care of tanks, vehicles, gun positions, railway lines. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Today, the 48th serve under the 3rd Air Force. Their HQ is actually at Ramstein Air Base in Germany, and the 3rd Air Force, although you will read that the 3rd Air Force predates World War II, for America it does, but for the rest of Europe it doesn't, because the Second World War started on the on the declaration on the 3rd of September 1939, but the US was neutral right up until the attacks of Pearl Harbor, December the 7th, 1941. And that is when everything changed. Third Air Force have 10 units, including the 100th Air Refueling Wing, the 31st Fighter Wing at Aviano, here, the 501st Combat Support Wing, and the Heavy Airlift Wing in Hungary, the Papa Air Force Base, or Papa Air Base. There's quite a lot of Valkyries down there, right? Let's hope we get a bit of clearance in the skies there with the clouds. It's our F-35As.
7. 7?
8.
8 is it?
4. So 4 on the South EOR and 4 on the North EOR. Yeah, I think we may have liftoff. What's going on?
Oh,
and of course, the pilots would have done their checks prior to start up. And of course, we'd like you to do your checks as well. Please give us a touch and go on the like button. Do help the channel, do help the stream by hitting the like button. Here we go.
Yeah, it's just practice if there's room to shoot for us. So if I do it on a control route, here we go. Whoop, whoop.
Another 4 on the left and still another 4 on the right, so we've just gained a few more. £43,000 of thrust with afterburner. The acceleration on these is phenomenal, especially with that powerful engine. Empty weight is 29,000 on a £29,000 on an F-35A. Can take 18,000 pound of payload. 4 internal hard points, 6 external, 3 on each wing, along with the attaching a external missile railing. Here we go.
Here goes. 2 up.
ceiling is there, the cloud base.
Here we go.
Blocks, what a sausage. It's a bit late.
Still got another 4 down there, 2 left, 2 right.
Here we go.
There's 2 more.
Enable reset transponder squad 0437. 420.5. Confirm 29927. 29927.
Start to the morning. Yeah, nice to see the F-35s there. A little bit of glow there from the afterburner. Nice. So that's the 495th.
No, Nicholas was counting.
You alright, man?
How many did you count?
10?
10? Only 9 are coming back.
Yeah. This is your case.
So a nice start to the morning. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. And a good start to the morning. So, warm welcome to Chris Bloxham, Leah, Davey, Simon Watchorn, Damon, Reese, Maroney, how you doing? Oi oi to you, Mark Dudley and Cox. We Stevie Boy, Simon Watchorn, Tony Crystal, oi oi to lots of you that are tuned in. Charlie Bravo, Jenny, Perez, Matt Manbush, how you doing? Spanner Flight, how you all doing as well? Point Charlie Crew, who are here live. Here they are, you can hear them there. Giving it some. And Cox, how you doing as well? Oi oi to all of you. Gaz Russell, oi oi members, how you doing? TCS members, all squadrons, how are you all doing? Thank you for supporting us throughout the whole year. It's been absolutely amazing.
There's 6 and 4 sector.
Huh?
6 and 4 sector.
Somewhere in East Anglia.
The 7's over sort of the north.
It's all in that East Anglia bit.
Yeah.
So that was F-35As of the 495th Airborne. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Hope we're well, and a big season's greetings and happy holidays to all our viewers. Hope you're all good. So a big shout out to all our viewers, and yeah, this was the point of today and yesterday. Wasn't sure what the flying was going to be like, not that we ever do, but I thought, being the last 2 days, I thought, well, why not, let's just do a back-to-back and just literally good old plane spotting, rack up and see what happens. And this is what's going on. Welcome to the show. So a big warm welcome to everyone. Let's have a look at you, see what's going on. Ted and I are well, this is our last full show of the year, you know, and there you go, as we promised, all the way up from December leading up to Christmas, Ted and I will be wearing our Santa hats, and it's been an absolutely remarkable year. I've been having a look at our top 10 videos and shows. It's been amazing, and would you believe it's the our most watched video this year have come from this year, as in throughout the whole channel. They've actually accumulated on this year. It was the F-22s and a C5 winning. It's the #1 video with over 2.4 million views, and that's from this year. It wasn't that long ago we got that, and our F-22 video from this year as well has got 2.4 million, but the C5 got slightly over. What a year. As I've been looking at some of the things that we've got up to, we've had RIAT adventures, we've had Cosford, we've had the F-35A cannon. So the F-35A that we see today is the only variant with the internal cannon, which is amazing. If you've ever heard that, we've got a video of that firing the 25mm rounds. Now you can get these in different types. You can get metal piercing rounds, you can get exploding rounds. It's the GAU-22A cannon. It's a 25mm cannon, and it's the only one that's internal and that's on the A variant. The B and C doesn't have it. It's phenomenal what we've seen. We've seen some amazing landings from the KC-135 this year. Elvis, the C-17 Elvis call sign going through the Lake District was another classic. What was your favourite memory of this year? I'll tell you what. I'll give you our top 10 of this year. I'll give you our top 10 videos, all right, and then we'll see what you think. Our top 10. Let's have a look. Let me see if I can work it out again. If I go to let's have a look, views and videos, right, top content, and I'll put it for 2025. Okay, so our, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So in at 10th at the moment, this is just for this year, with 211,500 is a performance takeoff, a Typhoon performance takeoff. In at number 9 with 215,000 is the one of the REACT lives, and in 8th, I can hear F-15 starting up. In 8th place is another REACT live stream at 250,000. The Cosford in at number 7 is 263. In at number 6 is a practice demo from the Typhoon. In at number 5 is the F-35 firing its live rounds at 373,000. In at number 4, 4th place is a Typhoon performance takeoff with 443,000. The KC-135 tactical landing, if you remember that was amazing. That's 3rd at 713,000. And as we mentioned, F-22 with 2.4 million and a C-5 departure at over 2.4 million. It's staggering numbers, but yeah, thank you for the support again along the way. It's been absolutely amazing. Welcome to Lakenheath, welcome to the viewing area, a place where we can enjoy the sights and sounds of RAF Lakenheath's 48 Fighter Wing. A big shout out to all the 48 Fighter Wing, all the roles, really important. Again, I was just chatting to Russ and Mo this morning, and Ted Coningsby fans, go Chicago Bears. And you know, I just never forget the first phone call I made, you know, if I was able to do this, and yeah, and I never forget the housekeeping rules that was told to me from Ellie, and you know, and I thought I'll pass that on. It was really nice to chat with them because I didn't know. And it was literally, you know, please don't touch the fence, please don't block any of the entrance and exit routes and crash gates, please don't climb it, please don't rest your ladders on the fence, don't damage it and cut it, certainly don't cut it, and of course don't climb it. And then I came across a few others that I came along the way, some which there are no signs for it, but I didn't know, not that I did it, but at night, especially, you know, when they're night flying, turn your flash off. It can actually distract a pilot, and it goes without saying on the you know, on the more dangerous sides, using laser pens. If you spot anyone doing that, if you spot anyone attempting to fly a drone, you know, I've always tried to do things the right way and try to pass that on, that information, and educate. You know, I didn't know you can come here and enjoy such things. You know, for now, you know, just we need to make sure that we can keep that going. You know, to make sure that no one spoils it for anyone else, and that's the way. And enjoy, you know, the sights and sounds of military aviation. It's pretty cool, isn't it? It is exciting. It's something that we can come and see after the air shows. We're on a bit of a come down, but there's so much you can do. There's lots of you who have visited low flying areas, and it's amazing. And then for me, it's really about the history side of things. I really love the history side of things here, and talking to you a little bit more about what happened here. You know, and I never forget the first time I came here, about the earthwork sign that was here. It's on a medieval setting. I was having a look and I was thinking, why is there sand here? You know, and that's where the term, I guess, heath comes from. But there was a river that was once upon a time called the River Bytham, or Bitham. and it's from the glacial period. So when it thawed out and melted away, it left all these craters and sand everywhere, and that makes sense. The craters are also what's left from mining from Bronze Age periods and other periods, Iron Age, etc. As we move on, there's quite a lot of prehistory here. Now, I know we're on a military area, but it does have a lot of military significance from the Anglo-Saxon period. As I mentioned before in our streams, many of you may not know, but there was a lot of Anglo-Saxon stronghold here and villages, and there was a military significance and actually connection. And if you know the Lakenheath warrior, so there was over 420 graves that were excavated and found. But it all started, though, a big thank you to Lady Briscoe in 1956, who in turn did the first excavations, about 3, and thanks to the Suffolk County Council Archaeological Unit that gave the go-ahead, they found loads of artifacts and they wanted to do more. Luckily, 40 years later, a plan was put in place to put new dormitories. So as you come in on the A1065, just before you get to the main gate, there's all these new, well, at the time they were new in 2000, but when they did all the groundworks, they got the go-ahead to do all the digs, basically, all the excavations. Perfect time to do it. They found over 400 graves, and a lot of them related to military. So there's bell barrows that you know, you can find them all over. If you look at Stonehenge, if you're new to this, you have a look at Stonehenge, there's loads of these little bumps. These are called round barrows. You can get bell barrows, pond barrows. They're the same sort of, or tumulus or tumuli. You get long barrows, bank barrows. There's all these are all burials. Now the bell barrows and round barrows are for one person, and it's what you find. You can learn a lot. You know, if you what they discovered is that, you know, when you're buried with full like jewellery, weapons, that was not your usual burial, to be buried with weapons. So they discovered that, hey, hang on, this had a military significance. How did they know that? Through past generations of different types of burials. And you can also learn from the jewellery. What type of jewellery? Where did they get that from? That, you know, amber. Where did they get the amber from? Which kind of then tells you where they came from or who they interacted with. So I won't go into too much of that part, but what I'm saying is that there was a military stronghold definitely here in the Anglo-Saxon period, because the Lakenheath warrior, hence the name warrior, he was buried with his horse, a shield, some other weapons. The shield, the boss was left. Offerings for the afterlife, that kind of thing. It was amazing. They did find another one like that with the horse as well. They found a minstrel, a quiver of arrows on one of the burials. They found various females as well. It wasn't just males, you know, and so on. So that ties it in with that. And then when we move on to the rabbit warrens that were kept here and gamekeeping, and it was actually the Normans that brought the rabbits here to give it the name Lakenheath Warren. We don't forget that. So 11th century, you know, when the Normans invaded and they came here, they brought rabbits for food, and then you can make clothing. And there's a nice link with one of the squadrons here with the rabbit felt. Sorry if sorry about what I'm going to say, but rabbit felt, they used to use the felt for the hats, and they used to bond it with mercury, and the mercury used to seep into the bloodstream, and mad as a hatter, that's where it came from. So it's a nice link, local to here, Brandon or Thetford, because it was a hat shop. But it's amazing what was here. And then, of course, the whole vicinity had loads of World War I bombing ranges, airfields to train US airmen. Even on Dartmoor, the gunpowder mills on Dartmoor, prior to D-Day. In fact, when I'm there next, I'll get you a little video. Now, although the gunpowder there wasn't actually made for D-Day, that place where the gunpowder mills were, that sort of terrain, they actually used 3,000 US Army personnel to train for D-Day, prior to D-Day on Dartmoor, and that was at the gunpowder mills. That's 3,000 airborne, you know, 3,000 Army of the US Army troops did their training on Dartmoor at the gunpowder mills. There's something new. I'll try and add something new into the mix for you. So that's pretty exciting. So it's got a long history of all sorts of things that happened here. This vicinity was used as a bombing range. There wasn't an RFC, a Royal Flying Corps airfield here right here. But what happened around 34 years later to that, just along, I'm trying to work out where it is, near here, literally within a mile of here, was a decoy airfield. Now, before I get into that, in 1934, RAF Mildenhall opened, which is 5 miles that way, okay, and that operated with the Hayford bombers. And during the Second World War, the Squadron 99 Squadron, who first had the Hayford and then first had the Wellington bomber, their markings for their squadron was LN. I love that link. And then 2 years later, and then in 1937, RAF Feltwell opened. Started off with Harrows and eventually Wellingtons, as well as Mildenhall having Wellingtons. Now, there are others that are very, very close. You've got Tuddenham, you've got Methwold, and they were just sort of, you know, evolving. They were kind of multiplying these military airfields, and each one was designated to a different group as well. Number 5 group started here in 36 in September, but moved to Coningsby. 3 group had it here. What do all these groups mean? Well, each group had a particular function. For example, 5 group was more of Lincolnshire, 3 group was more here, 8 group was the Pathfinders, 100 group, which some of the squadrons transitioned to, that took part in electronic countermeasures, okay, so electronic warfare basically. And I believe 199, did 199 do that? Or was that 149? Can't remember. I think it could have been 199. But anyway, the reason why I mentioned those 2 squadrons is because they were the 2 squadrons that were actually operational here. Okay, now the first unit to actually come here when it was opened, late 40, in 1940, November on to 1941, came all the way from Lossiemouth, and it was number 20 operational training unit. Now, they came with the Vickers Wellington bomber, all right, and that was the first to be used. Here we go, number 20. There's our Wellington bomber. So this was the first aircraft to be built. Now, the point of Lakenheath opening is that it was functioning as a decoy, as a satellite station. As Mildenhall was getting bigger and bigger, and a lot of, you know, during the early parts of the Second World War, you're going to need to get a lot of training involved. You're going to need to get a lot of personnel, B flights, C flights, and actually, interestingly, 149 evolved and was founded out of B flight of 99. Now, before it opened, Mildenhall needed a bit of help. Now, with all the anti-aircraft cannons that you can have, at that time there was a form of deception. All right, and I've talked to you about this before, decoy airfields. Now I'm going to show you an example. It's not exactly the same building, but it's going to give you an idea of what we're looking at here. Hang on, there we go. There we go. Now, I know this isn't a decoy. This looks more like a machine gun post. Now, what is a decoy airfield? It's literally a fake airfield, a pretend airfield. Now, Mildenhall was getting more and more populated. A lot of stronghold there, a lot of bombers that were going there. And Britain was under attack. Their airfields were coming under attack. So one method is actually to make a fake Mildenhall. And it wasn't unique to Mildenhall. They were making decoy airfields around the whole country. And it's quite amazing to think about this, because the idea is really, if you think about it, it's actually quite a primitive one. And the idea was to make a fake airfield, literally. And Mildenhall needed a fake one. And here we go. Here it is. And there was a decoy airfield that was here. Now, they were split into 2. There was a K site, which is for daytime, and Q site for nighttime. There was also situations where there were K and a Q. Now, I want you to imagine that, you know, 85 years ago, while the Luftwaffe began bombing Britain's towns, cities, industrial plants, factories and airfields, with all the might of fighter command, anti-aircraft fire, sometimes the best form of defence is indeed deception. Now, the art of fighting without fighting, the decoy airfields were already, you know, were proving effective. And it was Dr. Reginald Jones in the summer of 1940 who was detecting all the Battle of the Beams. But the man behind the decoy sites was indeed Colonel John Turner, born in 1881, an experienced civil engineer who had worked with the Corps of Engineers and the Royal Air Force, and he became a director of works and buildings at the Air Ministry. Now, he's the man behind the decoy airfields, and his HQ was actually located at the Sound City Film Studios in Shepperton, if you know where that is, and it was here at Shepperton where Turner soon realised the effectiveness of mock-up film sets and the brilliant lighting systems. So decoy airfields were quite popular in the early stages of 1940. A runway, mock-up buildings and hangars using various materials, and you had to have the exact fake aircraft of what was actually functioning. So Mildenhall at the time in 1940 were operating Wellington bombers. So here at decoy airfield Lakenheath, they were using fake Wellington bombers that were literally stood on stilts made out of plywood, and the fake aircraft would match the types. Now, it's quite important to do that. Now, the reason why I've got it on this particular building is so I can give you some form of idea to travel back in time of what it could have been like. So if you imagine a blast wall in front of this, and so you saw the door, so imagine a blast wall, and this is like a cross section of what it looks like. This is the plan. So there's two officers that would control the lights. Now, here was a Q site for night time, so you'd have lights being operated and pretend aircraft that were taxiing, and to do that, you'd go in, you'd have your engine room, let's say, on the right, and you're going on the left, and you've got your switchboard. There's my officer there saying that his job tonight is to try and get bombed, which is exactly that. Now, over this side, there is a chimney as well, and a hatch, and there's a light mount. Now, to give you a better idea, there is a ladder here. So I've got this drawing here. So we've gone right up to here, and the officer can actually start moving this spotlight. It was effective, because a lot of people ask me, Nikos, how effective were these places? Were they effective? Well, for here, we were just talking about it today. The Eriswell Lodge, the ex-Rod and Gun Club, was hit, and it saved Mildenhall 5 times. Now, if we look at more statistics, there were around 230 decoy airfields and 400 starfish sites, which I will cover at Christmas. For those that haven't seen it, it's out. A Lost Airfield is actually about Operation Starfish. Decoy airfields as a percentage of attacks versus real attacks was almost 50% effective. That is a good record, ladies, gents and teddy bears. That is actually quite good. 50-50 percentage rate, as in getting hit, as opposed to the real thing. That's amazing, and it was proven 5 times that it saved Mildenhall. But in 1941 we had our first residents here, and although 149 arrived here with the Wellington bombers, which I will just show you, and for those that don't know, the Wellington bomber, it started off with the Mark I with Bristol Pegasus engines. This is a turning point in the history of engines, because the Air Ministry wanted to move away from sub-1,000 horsepower engines. They wanted 1,000 horsepower and more, and the Bristol Pegasus started that trend, and it was pretty cool, really, to do that. And that was on the Mark I Wellington, and the Mark II actually had Rolls-Royce Merlins, and then Mark III onwards they started to use the more punchy Bristol Hercules engines. This one is probably a Mark I. The Hercules has got a very distinctive exhaust system, and this looks more like a Pegasus, so this would be a Mark I. That's how I can tell. Pretty sad, but hey, that's how we in fact, let's have a look. Probably on here. There you go. This is a Bristol Pegasus. I don't know if you can see that very well. Can you see the top? There's like engines, and this one hasn't. Sorry, not engines, the exhaust. So there you go, pretty cool, huh? And the reason why I've got these two, these were the first sort of main functioning aircraft. Now, a little bit about the Wellington, the RAF's most produced bomber of the Second World War, 11,461 or 62, depending if you want to count the prototype. It was made in 16 different main variants. There were loads of other variants, but I'm going to go with 16 main ones. About 250 miles per hour with it could do on later models 20,000 feet range. So it had a good range, and it was more up to the job than the underpowered Blenheim. The Blenheims and the Hampdens weren't really a match, and it had a good career, the Wellington bomber, to be honest. You don't really hear too many bad things about the Wellington bomber. It did the job. It had Coastal Command using it. It was the most used bomber in the 1,000 bomber raid, 599 of the 1,047 or so. It was. You can see the window there with crisscrosses, and do you know what they're trying to mimic? The geodetic airframe. It was designed by the legendary Barnes Wallis, which was a kind of like a lattice, a bit like the fence behind me, and it was made that way for easy assemble, and it was also made to take battle damage and easy repair. It was a pretty successful bomber, really. I think it retired in, I'd like to guess, 1956, but there we go. But the Air Ministry realised we needed more power, and so the first ever 4-engine bomber came to the scene in July 1940. It was number 7 Squadron. Number 7, how you doing at Odium? Number 7 Squadron, if you're watching, flying Chinooks. This was your first ever. You took on the history of having the first ever 4-engine heavy bomber of the Royal Air Force. It was indeed the short Stirling, and it was 149 that came here at Lakenheath, 1941. 199 joined 149 as well. So you had 2 main squadrons here, and it functioned on its own. From 42 to 43, they were really 149 and 199 were really, they were really carrying out a lot of bombing raids and sorties. Let's have a little look. Let's have a look. And of course, yes, I've spoken about many times the short Stirling, but it's amazing to know that the Stirling, when it was created, you can see there. For those that don't know, the Sunderland, the short Sunderland, which was a flying boat, that was 4-engine. And what the Short brothers did, they literally just cut the hull off the bottom deck. They cut that off, so it's got very similar look in some ways to the short Sunderland. Thickened the wings, 99-foot wingspan, almost 7 meters in height. They had to adjust the angle of attack so that it can get this thing off the ground. It was quite a long aircraft, and it could take 14,000 pounder bombs. Now there was a bit of a design fault in some ways with the bomb bay here, with its 2 opening dividers, which meant you had a row of 3. Now the Royal Air Force were making bombs like 4,000 pound cookies, 6,000, 8,000, 12,000 tall boys, and so on. You could only fit, the biggest you could fit in here was 2,000 pounds. So it really struggled, but it had some benefits. It was able to outmaneuver many fighters because of the stubby wings. They did thicken them. You can see a bit like a high angle here. You can see the wings really angled quite high there to give it a bit more lift. But it did struggle. It was the lift that it was struggling because of the weight. The weight brought it to a maximum around about 17,000 service ceiling. When you talk about the heights of service ceilings of the Halifax and the Lancasters getting 21,000 feet, 22, 24,000, B-17s at 30, Halifax is around that sort of mark, you aren't going to struggle when you're going through the Alps. But all behold, it was taken into different roles, carrying SOE agents, used in electronic warfare. It was then brought over to Fairford for towing the Horsa gliders during D-Day. So it then became a bomber that didn't bomb in the end. It was a bit of a shame. Lots of pilots liked it. It could take a battering. However, 149 Squadron lost so many here. 149 Squadron lost many aircraft here at Lakenheath. I don't think I've ever told you this before. I think of the amount of sorties that they took. I think it was around about, I'd like to guess a number, if I remember through reading quickly. I think they lost about 84 Stirlings here. 84. And that is quite a high loss rate in some ways when you put that into effect with Free Group. They bombed 244 targets. They did carry out a lot of mine laying. Mine laying, the code name for that is gardening, where you drop mines. They did about 2,628 sorties in that, with 84 aircraft lost. And when you think, of the Second World War. That's quite substantial. I believe EX, if I remember correctly, is a 199 squadron. But you know, a lot of, you know, both squadrons moved on after that, and the base closed, and it was selected, like Marham and Sculthorpe, to become a VHB, very heavy bomber base. And it did actually eventually receive the B-29s that it was meant to. However, when it was closed between 1945 and 48, or 47, shall we say, that's quite a long time. I don't know what the delays were. It was a pretty major project, but history is history. And in 1948, not only did it reopen with massive runways, and there you go, talk history, get startups. And this ties it on quite nicely, because it's a transition, because in 1948, the 7504th Base Completion Unit arrived here and reopened the base, and became a United States Air Force. That was the key. We had the 2nd bomb wing, the 307th were here as well. It really changed the era, and it was now, from 1948, home to the United States Air Force. Amazing legacy. And when you think of that gap, when after the war, after the Second World War, there was about 150 US airfields at the time, and about 450 RAF airfields, but 150 designated to the US airmen. 26,000 men lost their lives, left their homes from America and came here. 28,000, that's right, another 28,000 were prisoner of war. And of all the history that we've spoke about, like Thorpe Abbotts, Grafton Underwood, Polebrook, fighter stations like Bottisham, Steeple Morden, Kingscliff, what's left is here, and I like that. It's a reminder of that air superiority, because that is what happened. That is what happened towards the end of the war. From 1944, you've got to remember, the Luftwaffe was struggling. The air superiority was starting to tumble. Airmen were quickly trained of the Luftwaffe, so they weren't very experienced. A disaster at St. Trond in Belgium. A story I was watching with a 493rd pilot of the Second World War, the Grim Reapers, and he was saying their airfield came under attack by Luftwaffe, and he'd never seen anything like it. Strafing with your drop tanks still on. You've got no manoeuvrability with your drop tanks. It was really important to release your drop tanks when engaging in combat. One, you get hit on that, you might as well just throw yourself a bomb. Secondly, you're not as manoeuvrable, you're heavier. So it was really important. It's real basic stuff. And it was Ed Cottrell that said he couldn't believe some of these young airmen. They found out they were young because of the crash. They tried to pull these guys out, and that so many were lost in their own accidents trying to attack. It was like literally schoolboy error. Oh, but there we go, and it's amazing, and I like that transition. Here we go, our first 2 arrivals.
Straight down the line. I would have seen them. Just one there,
So you can just about hear the Pratt & Whitney's F100 PW229s starting up. You know what that means, F-15 Strike Eagles.
Yeah.
Now, the sound is quite faint due to the fact that the wind is blowing all the way down towards the runway.
Well, yeah, well, that's what you need. The recommendation.
Oi, oi. Car park catchphrase.
Get redeployed or reassigned? Merry Christmas. Nice.
Incoming. Yeah, I did see that.
Is Margot on there?
Yeah. So our last full show of the year. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears.
Computers now. Going around again. Yeah.
Under travel service, you can fly heading 190 vectors for aisle left at maintain level 70. Trust 01 able, have wingman squawk same.
We're going through Los Angeles.
One whole beach is closed.
The whole beach is closed. Dave's back in the city. This is a Tuesday.
Is that 5604? Ted's been in that one. Ted's flown in 5600 and 5604 with the Valkyries as well.
So we did a they're finished, yeah. Anyway, so we've got this teddy bear. So I make this really stuck it on his arm. Give it to David for Christmas. So because he's always been going, yeah, he's always. That was a good idea. Yeah, very well thought. Yeah, I just, we just had to find out from you what Ted. hate secret. But then saying that, Nick was the same with you. Yeah. He wasn't pleased. Oh yeah. Oh, it's outside. It was in the recycle shop. And I didn't know nothing about this pilot. I just thought it through the Harrier, and we thought that it was one of the most distinguished pilots through the Falklands. And it was signed with the It's got a bit of damage. It's got a little bit. Yeah. I'm not going to do that today.
There we go, that's our 4 F-35As back. We do have F-15E Strike Eagles that have been starting up in the background, so looking forward to seeing them. And a great way to finish up 2025 here at Lakenheath. We weren't sure what we were going to get, as we always do. You just never know, you just turn up and hope for the best and see what happens. And here we are with, well, we've had 10 F-35s. Hey man, you alright? Yeah, you good? Yeah man. Just the 10 F-35s, 4 of them are back, but we have heard F-15 start up as well. Alright, and it's only been the one squadron that have been out, so there's still another 3. Oh yeah. Yeah, no worries man. Okay mate, yeah, no worries. Joshua Brown, have a good Christmas as well. Ann Cox, Flying Duke. Simon Watchorn, Argan, LEJ approach. Thank you. Got our own watchtower, which is kind of cool. Looks like they're quite close together, but they're probably not.
Side by side.
So they'll be using the ILS here at Lakenheath. Poor visibility, probably a good example today. Low clouds and mist and low visibility. This is what's called a IFR, instrument flight rules, so they'll use the instruments to assist them as a landing aid, such as the ILS. Any circuits today with this poor weather that we've been having today, but hey, it's dry, that'll do.
The engine's in the Budweisers. Just go through there.
You can see the large cannon, the internal cannon there. Look at that. Beautiful. Sits just on the top there. That long contour there. You can see that. Beautiful.
Oh, turn, come in. Too wide there, so that'll be it. You don't know when did that?
Thanks a lot, Triple Nick. Oi oi to you. Someone watch on as well. Thank you very much. Edward Coates. Oi oi.
Oi, oi. Why are you sitting in the car? Yeah,
More startups I can hear in the background. Lovely. So there should be 2 more, I think, if I got my maths right.
Merry Christmas. You're all going home, Nicholas.
Good times. 2 more to go. And then there's been some more F-15 startups.
Yeah,
So.
the boys just said there was 15s up. Maybe they can...
That was Nick on the phone. He sends his regards and wished you a Merry Christmas.
Oh, Merry Christmas, Nick Moore. Freddie Van, Merry Christmas.
Reaper.
Heather Holloway.
Reapers. Happy holidays, you just said. Yeah, finished. probably those two there.
Captain A, how you doing as well? Merry Christmas to all our crew, all our viewers, all our fans and members. Thank you so much for an absolutely cracking year. It's been amazing.
No challenge. Get one of them, just get one of them, just through.
Oh, were some of them Reapers?
Yeah.
Right, okay, so that's 2.
Reapers and Valkyries.
Right, okay, so that means it's just F-15s left.
Yep.
And that's it.
Yep.
Merry Christmas
Yep.
and a Happy New Year.
Good tidings we bring to you
And your Ted.
Burger King. No, that's Reggie's KFC. That. So we'll. Right, what else we got? Right, so there will be some F-15E Strike Eagles taxiing very shortly. Tell you what, I'm going to go and grab a quick cuppa.
more tea bigger.
Your fingers must be.
They're all right, not too bad. Not too bad.
You got any?
To give that
Whenever you want.
Yeah.
to
Whenever you
give
want.
to the next F-15
Yeah.
pilot. King of it's your lucky day.
Yeah. Get my feet back. Oh, that's definitely a start up.
They're taxing out this way as well to develop.
No, they've got a bottom
the other
end.
end.
Coming
They
this
could
way.
go all the way around the back. can't
Yeah.
they? Right. So I've only been here once before, so I'm not local, so
Right.
just staying down here. I like to get 3 whole day out from the family.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
They're taxiing now, so they've got them at the end of the runway. Feels like Friday, doesn't it? 06, I think there's a bit more than that. But
So
yeah.
you
I'll get
They're
proper,
bottom end.
by coming here today, I'll get proper confused now.
No, it's weird,
Yes,
isn't
mate,
it?
yeah. Yes.
Yes, yes.
Down the bottom end where we took off. Yes, mate. Not backwards, but just forwards. Are they taking off the same way? Yes, not backwards or forwards.
Right, how we doing? Right, stop for a cup of tea. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, steady bears. Right, as soon as I got visual, oh, we got another incoming. Here we go.
2 more, last 2.
And our last
I've
2.
been saying that for the last 10 minutes.
No, it's the last 2.
No, this is the last 2. And more.
More
F-
start-ups.
Is that a pair of F-35s then? Is that a pair of F-35s?
Yes. That's the last. There was 10 went out. That's the last 2 of the 10. So
Yeah.
it's 15 now. They're taking up this way.
Ah,
So you can see they're coming in
10 minutes.
exactly the same. You can almost draw a line, and that's all because they're using the ILS.
yeah, I think we're all just doing this for
uses,
the old TikTok, eh?
uses frequencies, and I've probably got time to explain how it all works. Our 2 main instruments to the ILS, and they take care of the frequencies to assist the pilot for not only the lateral, so that they're on the centre line, but also the altitude as well, and that's called the glide slope, a imaginary line that's usually, the most common is 3 degrees. So from the touchdown or the glide slope, it's 3 degrees. It's a sort of like a recommended guide to assist aircraft to be on the correct altitude when coming into land. So it's, but this system really dates back to the early stages of the 30s and the Second World War. The battle of the beams and beam approach, blind approach training. There was all sorts of methods to assist. And let's face it, it only literally been 30 years of flight itself in a form of aviation. And as I mentioned before, I count as aviation as being not only the wings, not only the aerodynamic creation of a wing, but to control it, to man it and put it all together. Because of course, as I mentioned, flight was in an earlier form with you know, through gliders as well. There was balloons. So for me, you know, you could, you know, that is the earliest forms of flight with balloons and that kind of thing as well. And then of course gliders are getting more and more efficient. Names such as Sir George Cayley in 1852 started to make gliders, but experiments were going on in other countries as well, such as Otto Lilienthal. Lilienthal, that's it, a German who kind of started to innovate more and pioneer more into the glider side. And of course the Wright brothers started to, you know, to create this. Everyone was influenced by this. And my point is that when you start having the brutalities and you know, when you start having fatalities, you've got to learn how to, you know, even engines on the earlier flights, earlier aircraft had the engines on the back, and a lot of the deaths were created not because of the impact, because of the engines crushing the pilot. And you know, with the darkness that is war, it does kind of put the pressure on to getting technology and engineering sort of almost like warp speed creation. But as I mentioned, ILS, there are two forms. But before let me give you a little quick history of ILS and earlier forms, if I may. So earlier beams, such as the Lorenz beam that was used in Germany, and the likes of Christian Heldsmeyer, and of course in Britain, Dr. Reginald Jones and Robert Watson Watt. But earliest forms, the Lorenz beam from the earlier stages, and this is pretty much like the ILS in some degree. It's to assist in darkness, to assist aircraft to land safely. I mean, we're talking about 1930s technology, and what it was, literally a Morse code radio directional finding systems that were just evolving, and it was literally a signal called an equi-signal, and it was split into kind of like a Morse code with 3 dots and 3 dashes. But if you were to converge, called an equi-signal, it would sound as one unbroken signal called an equi-signal. So if the pilot was over here, all they'll hear, they tuned into the beam approach or the Lorenz beam, they'll hear dot, 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 not the, that meant they were too far to the left. As they started to get closer to the center line, they'll hear one continuous pulse, literally one signal, like a flat line, like dude, like that. But if they went too far to the right of the center line, they'll hear the dash, dude, 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 like that. So you want to match the dots in those gaps to make one complete single. That is an early form of ILS, literally, ladies and teddy bears, which then developed onto the Knickerbein. They thought, well, hang on, why don't we use that? I know I'm going off tangent, but this is what it led to. They thought, why don't we use that system to precisely bomb targets? And they were more effective, the Luftwaffe, at night bombing than the Royal Air Force because of this accurate system. You'd have one beam from this Knickerbein site in Cherbourg, for example, if they were going to bomb London, and they'll wait for the equi signal that was sent over from Calais. So they'll just keep flying along this one route with this beam, they'll follow this beam, and they'll wait for the dots. So they're literally matching the dash and dots to make that equi signal. Does that make sense? So you've got the dashes on this side, for example, and the dots on this side, and until they hear that equi signal, release the bombs. But of course, the legend that is Reginald Jones found a way to make a false beam, to make them drop the bomb over here, just for example. And of course, then they came up with the X Girat and the Y Girat, which I'll talk to you about on another show, using that same system. And then we get this, ILS, similar sort of thing. You've got you would have heard, a localizer. It's a directional antenna that they were starting to innovate during the war. Amazing. This literally does your lateral, and I'm going to show you a localizer, what these F-35s were using. It's to assist in really poor visibility, darkness, etc. Did you know that pilots can actually turn on runway lights when they're flying? You may not know that, but they can. Now, you've got a beam on the localizer. I'm going to show you, I'll tell you what, I'll show you a localizer. It's just over there. Now, a localizer looks like this. This sends frequencies to the left and to the right of the center line. So let's have a quick look at what's going on here. There's directional antennas on top. There we go. There's our localizer right there, and it's got antennas. And what that's doing, it's sending frequencies to the left and to the right of the center line. Okay, so what's going on here? How does a pilot know? Well, to the left of the center line, the frequency is going to be 90 hertz. To the right, 150 hertz. Now, to put this into perspective, if the 90 hertz was, let's say, the color yellow, and the 150 hertz, so the right of the center line, was blue, then in the middle, like the equi signal, it would be green. Now, that doesn't actually happen in real life, but that's just to give you an idea of what the instruments actually do to assist the pilot to land on the center line. All right, so this is your lateral. So what does the pilot see? Here we go. This is a PFD, a primary flight display. This is what it looks like, and you got your hockey sticks. Yes, they call it hockey sticks. Now, there's our center line here, this diamond. This diamond is over here. Now, it's a lot of opposites in aviation. The diamond's over here, which means you are too far to the left. If the diamond was over here, then you're too far to the right, which means you've got to then move to the left to get it in the middle here on the center line. So that's the lateral side. I hope that makes sense so far. All right. Now, you've also got your height. There's your right height, the 3-degree glide slope. Now, our diamond is over here. You're too high. But wait a minute, I haven't told you what controls that. Let's go and have a look at that. Now, the localizer is positioned to the opposite end. Okay. Now, this is sending frequencies about 25 miles out. You may hear a pilot go, "Have you established the localizer?" A pilot can tune in, and yes, it's got its own identification, ILS code. It's in Morse code, because especially when you've got two airports or aerodromes nearby each other, you need to make sure that you've got the right one. And it's positioned to the opposite end. So that one I just showed you was for 05. Now, runway 23's localizer would technically be all the way down there. Can we see it? I have no idea. But what I can show you is the glide slope antenna. Now, that glide slope antenna is positioned at the runway end that's in use. So, for example, that there is the glide slope antenna for runway 5. It's not, shall we say, at the opposite end. It's right by the touchdown zone. And this is the glide slope antenna for runway 23. This is now sending frequencies to assist the pilot to land and be on the correct altitude. So we saw those F-35s landing, you could almost draw a straight line. They were landing beautifully, and that's because this is doing the same thing. So on the PFD, the pilot can use this. So the pilot, if they have the diamond here now, they're too high. They need to lower it to get the diamond bang on. And again, oh here, so you got 2 forms of diamonds on your PFD. It's pretty, it's a, you know, I'm not a pilot, but I'm here that I can help you just get the few basics understood. And if I've got this right, but these guys and girls are experienced. There's some interesting facts. The localizer, if you're 25 nautical miles out, it's accurate to plus or minus 10 degrees. It's receivable from there, 17. Now I've drawn the PAPI lights here. I'm going to tell you the glide slope you can connect to at 10 nautical miles out. Now what does all that mean? Well, I'm going to show you this little diagram here. I'm going to use the PAPI lights because that's set to 3 degrees. These are your altitude. These are the altitude that you should be at 1 nautical mile out, 2, 3, 4 and 5. You can round this off to make it easier to 300 feet or 315, whatever works for you. But if you're 3 nautical miles out, you should be around 900 feet. If you're 1,000, you're too high. So 10 miles out, you should be around about 3,000 feet. And you can almost work out how far an aircraft is when you start to work out what their height is. So if they're 1,500 feet high, you could say they're about 5 nautical miles out, just to give you an idea. Now the PAPI lights will also help. Now sadly I can't show you them here active because they're using the PAPI lights are precision approach path indicators. Now they're these 4 boxes here. I don't know if you can see them now. Normally they're lit up, but they lit up facing the runway in use, and they're quite clever because they don't actually physically change color. There's a lens in there that is adjusted to the 3 degree glide slope. All right, that's the altitude. That's a perfect path, an imaginary path that assists the pilot to be on the right altitude as they come into land. Now they don't actually change color physically. What it is, it's set to an angle, so if the pilot is too low, all 4 boxes will be shining red. If the pilot is slightly low, then you'll have 1 white and 3 red. If you see 2 white, 2 red, perfect. If you see 3 white, 1 red, you are slightly high. If you see all white, then you're too high. And this is what it looks like inside. The actual box is tilted to a 3 degree angle, the glide slope. Look at that. So there's our light there beaming through. There's the white lens, it's just shining through. If you set that at a 3 degree angle, they actually tilt the box. Now not all airports are the same, not all airfields are the same. I think London City Airport, something like 5.6 degree glide slope, and that's to avoid noise abatement and etc. You may have a mountainous region, you may have buildings and hazards for aircraft to come into land, so they set the glide slope slightly higher so that aircraft can land safely without any hazards and obstacles. There we go. Right, there's our F-15s in the nick of time.
Did you say your F-15s are touching out?
There's 2 there at the minute.
Okay, okay, good. What about right down past that?
Yeah,
tower?
yeah.
Okay.
No worries. Oh, they're on the move. Here we go. Here we go. And a big thank you to all of you who have tuned in today, and especially those that have hit the subscribe and joined us, because we're now 100 and 21,000 subscribers. I'm not sure if that's going to the EOR. I'll have a look in a minute. If it is, I'm going to go and grab another cup of tea.
Is that 15, Nicholas?
Sorry?
Is that 15?
Yes, it's just going to the it's going to the other EOR. So 1 and 1.
Of course.
Well, they're now like,
Yeah, down the bottom there. Look. It's gone to the other side there. So, see, right, see the box here. And you've got the corporate folds. Then you've got the wooden folds. And then you've got the side, you've got the fence on the floor. About that long. Right. See the grey safety box? It's a spinning box. Yeah. Follow it along. We've got the end of the fence. Yeah, they just put the other side of the safety box. Oh, that's a concrete fence. Yeah. Then we've got the wooden fence. At the end of the wooden fence, to the side.
Now, welcome to the Fast Jet
Right to the side, left of the fence.
legendary
Red line. Oh, yeah, I see it. See?
fighter town of Suffolk. That's right. The 48 Fighter Wing. And here comes another. That's two F-15 Strike Eagles parked up.
how long have they been there for?
Down runway 5, back to the airfield.
So, for those that know the P-80, for those that know the P, the letter P designation stood for Pursuit, the very aircraft, the P-80 Shooting Star, literally was about to change era for all aircraft, a design, the jet era for the United States Air Force. And it was the turning point for the F designation. It actually turned into, in 1948, the F-80 in the end. And that was the start of all F fighter designations, which then, of course, went on to become, there was an F-84. And the F-84, the Thunderjet, was actually the 48's first ever jet aircraft, ladies and teddy bears. It was subsonic. And its first flight was on the 28th of February 1946. The 48th, when they were reactivated in 1952, so November 1945 they became inactive, and in 1952 they went to France and got their first ever jet aircraft, ladies and teddy bears, the F-84. This was the 48's first ever jet aircraft. Look at this. About 628 miles per hour max speed. Look at it though. Isn't that just a beautiful? And they used this as the early stages in their career at Chaumont. And this is the F-84 at 622 miles per hour, powered by the Allison J35 turbojet engine. A little bit similar performance to a Rolls-Royce Ardeur Mark 151, about 5,600 pounds of thrust, and that was the very first. How cool was that? And of course, as you know, they went on to fly the F-86 after that, and that was a turning point. The F-86s, for me, really they cottoned on to the, I mean, you'll start to look at, here we go, got to take off, but I'll just quickly show you the Sabre. Look at this. The swept wings, something that was innovated, especially the ME-262, using the swept wing, because they realised, the engineers realised it would give you a faster speed. Amazing. Here we go.
More start-ups as well.
Oh yes.
It's already on. Boom.
Here we go, takeoff time. And the two squadrons that fly the F-15E Strike Eagle are the 492nd Fighter Squadron Mad Hatters, locally known as the Bolars. They kind of have two nicknames, and of course the 494th Fighter Squadron, the Panthers. Here we go.
More start-ups.
So this is probably one squadron, and then we may have another squadron going out. It could be 4 and 4 maybe, just as a guess. It could be even more, who knows?
What you got there?
400. That's so dumb. Terrible. You can't even see them.
Okay, here we go.
Barely see the boys. But for 700 meters, it's not tough.
Some more coming up. There we go. Julie, find your sausage rolls. When are you getting?
Right, so that's
Days of Christmas. Oh, that's good, isn't it?
so nice to see a bit of afterburners there as well. And like I showed you, the first ever jet aircraft, the F-84 Thunderjet, and that was in 1952, which was amazing, really, wasn't it?
That was a long break between. Yeah, it was, yeah. It seems like there's more 35s landed than took off. Yeah, 10 came back. Right, yeah. I just didn't count them out. So, there's only 4 of them gone out there.
So the initial construction, by the way, of this whole vicinity began in 1941 and actually established as a station as late as the 24th of November 1941. So the earlier parts of 1940 was really the area of a decoy airfield, which is something that's is quite amazing.
Now they got starts to get into
And we may have just caught a glimpse of those afterburners. Indeed, in 1956. Speaking of afterburners, our first ever J79 powered, look at this. This was the first in 1956 for the 48th to have a supersonic aircraft at 900 miles per hour. Beautiful. Look at that. What a magnificent aircraft. The first ever USAF unit to use the F-100 Super Sabre there, which was quite amazing, really. We also had helicopters here with the 56th and 57th Rescue Squadron. So a very warm welcome to all our fans and viewers, and we may get some more F-15s, who knows. But, a big warm welcome to everyone who's tuned in today. And a Guards March. Margot, thank you very much for the super chat. I hope you had a good birthday yesterday. A Guards March to you. Thanks for the super chat there. We've also got Reese Maroney, who's put best of luck for the new year, Nikos and Ted. Stoked I found this channel. I look forward to it when it's on. Oh, bless your heart, Reese, and thanks for joining us, by the way. You know, really nice to have you. It's never too late to join the Ted Coningsby channel, and of course never too late to join as a member with so much content for for all the family to enjoy. And Cox as well. Guards March, thanks a lot for your 20-month support. Wowzeroonie, 20 months whoopie doo, best military aviation channel experience ever. Thank you very much. Mix Vids with 9 months membership as well. And Cox, thanks for the super chat. Merry Christmas, Nikos and Ted and Claire and everyone. Guards March as well, thank you very much. Guido Hutes, high five, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron Guards March. EP65, a Guards March to you, thank you very much, high five, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Hayley Gilby as well with 17 months membership. Merry Christmas to everyone, Merry Christmas to you as well. Boots99 UK, Merry Christmas Ted, and Merry Christmas to you as well. Gary Brown with 37 months membership. Oi oi, Merry Christmas and happy and prosperous New Year to everyone, and you too as well, Guards March, thank you very much. We've got Bernie Hagyard as well with the super chat, thanks a lot for that. High five for that one, thank you very much, Guards March. Who's put Season's greetings to Nikos, Claire and Kimberly. Thanks for great streams this year. Thank you as well. Thanks for the support. Jenny B, thank you very much as well for the super chat. Merry Christmas TCS. Hope you have a lovely festive period. To wonderful men and women, thank you for your service and enjoy your time with loved ones. Much love. See ya. Thank you very much. Guards March. Thank you. Sue Arthur with 27 months membership. Merry Christmas to you all. Robert Pimlock, good morning all. Oi oi, thank you very much for your 26 months service. Muriel Hudson with 15 months service as well. Oi oi everyone, Merry Christmas to you all and Merry Christmas to you. Babzar, high five. Guards March, thanks for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Carl Portlock with 28 months. Oi, Merry Christmas to you all. Thanks Nikos and Ted, thank you as well. Dave Earl, congratulations on reaching a whole year, 1 year milestone. What a great year it's been. Thank you very much. Margot, thank you very much. Margot Baxter for the super chat. Best wishes to everyone for a great festive season. Merry Christmas to you. David Jones, Merry Christmas Nikos and everyone. Thanks for all the amazing coverage in 2025. See you again in 2026. Simon Watchorn, thanks as well for the super chat. Guards March, huge congratulations on 121k subscribers. A very Merry Christmas to everyone and looking forward to what 2026 brings for this awesome channel and community. Nice one. 555 Triple Nick, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to everyone involved with the TCS, and special shout out to my incredible friends in the PCC. Love you well guys. Done, oi oi. Heather Holloway, thanks a lot. Guards March to you. Thanks for the super chat to Ted, Nikos, Claire, Best, Banner Flight and all the TCS. Have a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Oi oi, oi oi to you and thank you so much. Margot Baxter, thanks a lot for the super chat. Guards March. And Cox as well for the super sticker. Guards March to you. And high five and a paw pump. A little salute there for Reese Moroney's amazing super chat. A Guards March. Eagles inbound on catwalk go time. Love it. Guards March to you. Justin Edwards, 26 months of membership and also part of our TCF Fighter Squadron. Happy Christmas to all my TCS friends. Rounding off a fantastic year with the wonderful team at the 48. Thank you. And thank you as well. Ali Lakeland, thanks again as well for your support throughout the year. Oi oi, want to say a massive thank you to Claire Bear and all the TCS family for the love and support this year for myself and Lee. Merry Christmas and Merry Christmas to you too. Freddie Van, thanks a lot for your super chat. Guards March, Merry Christmas and Happy 2026. Thanks for all your hard work throughout the year. Any chance you could sell ladies, gents and teddy bear stickers? We'll see. Thank you very much. Perez, Matman Bush, high five, paw pump. A salute for that super chat. To Nikos, Ted, Claire Bear, I've been flagging this morning. It's been an yeah, I get it. I get what you mean. It's been an amazing 2025 with the TCS. Can't wait to see what 2026 brings. Yeah. Here's a small token to raise a glass to the TCS on Christmas Day. Yeah, nice one for that. Thank you very much. Simon Layberry with 34 months membership. Merry Christmas everyone. Guards March to you. Thank you. 21 months membership serviced from Peter Atkins. Merry Christmas Ted. Renee Gessick with 31 months. Ho ho ho. Have a great Christmas all. Great Christmas to you. John Parrott, high five. Guards March. Thank you very much. And Renee Van Dyke, happy holidays from the Netherlands. Oh, high five, paw pump, salute there for that. Guards March. And Mark Moody as well, a Guards March to you with a high five, paw pump, salute. Oh gosh. Oh no. Hang on. 5, 4, 3, he's back. Ted, you alright then, mate? Yeah, you Mark Moody, thank you very much for your amazing super chat. Sorry I'm busy this morning. Just a little something for me to say thanks ever so much, Nikos, for this Brill channel this year, and to say very Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to everyone. You're all wonderful souls. You too as well, bless your heart, thank you very much. Paul Kerry, Digital Whiz, high five, thanks for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron Guards March. Thank you so much. Lots of new members today. Merry Christmas to everyone. Super sticker from Alan Q, Guards March. And you know, Ted, you're right, mate. It's been a real good fun year, and I've enjoyed it. And it's you know, wow, what a year! It's gone quick in some ways, and when I think of all the individual memories, it's been a massive achievement. Let's have a look. Is there anything down the end? Maybe that is it. Maybe. Yeah, maybe that could be it for the day after these come back. It could be. You alright, man?
Yeah, do you want a polo?
No, I've got a tea. Thank
Dude,
you.
I'm going to go in a minute.
Okay, mate. Yeah.
I'll be in touch.
Yes.
I'll let you know about that, and then we'll hopefully...
That'd be great. Yeah, I'd love to have a look at that.
Have a hookup.
Mm.
I'll find out. Yeah, I've got the saw up wood now, up near the cinema.
Yeah. Oh wow, how cool is that?
Oh, right, okay. So next one, I'm explaining about
Oh yes.
but he did come back. Oh, I see him. Yeah. Well, nice tree more than anything. Yeah, he went to the financial service. It was Pembroke. Germany? No, Pembroke. Oh, that's a record. We got the old man's after. I learnt more about the old man's exploits after he's gone, as you always do.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Yeah, you
Obviously,
always do.
I've just had his records. That's his records on.
Oh, yeah. Well, if you pack up early and you want to come up and have a peep up there, me and my bro will be up there.
Okay.
Entirely up to you, dude.
I'll leave it when I'm more prepared.
All right, do that.
that.
Yeah,
I'm
absolutely.
really focused on it.
Yeah, like I say, we'll be up there sawing up wood, so... Chainsaw traces on there.
Health and safety and all that.
Oh, well, chainsaws are deadly. One slip, mate. Straight over. Right, well, have a good crumble. Yeah, all very best. See you, Nicholas. Have a good
Mate,
Christmas,
have a good
dude.
one, yeah.
See you
Nice
later.
one. Take care, mate. See ya. Happy Christmas.
Keenan's got the date for that.
Okay.
Confirm it, I'll get him to confirm it with you.
Yeah. So you get back now to Jin. Yes, I'm going to go to Falcon or Mecon. Sorry, yeah. To do while I'm in this area.
Don't forget your song.
I've got it somewhere. I think Jerd sent me it as well.
I wasn't doing it. 12 days.
We've got some members only.
Yeah.
Just in case.
I think I'll be friendly.
There's been a lot of input, I think.
Panther's a taxi.
Oh, are we?
Yeah.
Done, man. Done. Oh. Done.
Sullivan's last day as a warrant officer at Marlin on the fire section. That's tradition.
Good morning, young fellow.
Hello there, you alright?
Right, where is he?
He's here. Hello mate, you alright?
Yeah, you.
Yeah, happy Christmas mate.
And you. I've got one for you.
Go for it.
Enola Gay was on Hiroshima Road, Ray. What was the observation aircraft that accompanied her?
Was it the 97?
Oh no, it was the same aircraft.
Oh,
but-
Boxstar?
No, that was the
That was
Nagasaki.
the next one,
Yeah.
Nagasaki. Oh, what B-29 was it?
Yeah,
The name of it?
yeah.
Oh, gosh, no, Dan, we're going to be B-17 now. Yankee Doodle. Tibbets was in that one, wasn't it? Tibbets was in Enola Gay.
Yeah.
What, you want the name of it?
Yeah, they used to paint names on the side.
Gosh, you got me there, hang on. There was one that was going with it, right?
Yeah, went with it, and some English people were on it for photographic reasons.
Yeah, oh god. No, Boxcar was Nagasaki. Yankee Doodle was the B-17 that he was in. So, do you know what, just I'm going to backtrack just really quickly, but Tibbets was on the first drop-in of the 8th Air Force in Yankee Doodle. And so he kind of started it, and then, sorry, just throw that one in. No, I don't know that one. Oh, that's gone.
The great artiste.
Oh, I wouldn't have got that.
No.
The Great Artiste. There we go.
Bit of trivia for you.
Yeah, that's good.
And apparently I've just been reading about the Russians copied it, the B-20.
Okay, yeah.
Jesus, what they had to do, they just couldn't make it. They didn't have the materials. And in fact, the fuselage, the thickness of the alley, is a lot narrower than the original. I think it was more of a propaganda stunt.
Yeah.
Pretty useful.
Is that two F-35s? It is.
What?
I thought I heard Grim. So we've got a couple of Grim Reapers going out as well. And there's an F-15. You alright man, how you doing?
Come and say hello, mate, yeah.
You alright buddy, yeah?
A couple more going up, is it?
Well, there's two F-35s on the right and a single F-15
Street called Mark.
on the left.
And he
Oh,
sells
that was going to be it when I used to go out back in those
No, it's, there's more.
days.
I just got one. And it works out with the host.
Oh yes. What you got there, buddy?
It's really good.
Oh, that's cool, isn't it?
Yeah.
Good
And
shot,
it's
good
down
shot.
the bottom of the pen slots. It's got a little black plastic protection.
Yeah, I am, but I'm sad in another way. 'cause-
Retards about it.
yeah,
Go again.
but I can't sit still. That's the thing. Can't sit still, man. There we go. What can you do?
My girlfriend at the time, she got a blue one.
How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears?
Ready? Yeah.
But
So-
that was really nice because she had fur
So yeah, just quickly, there's a real local connection. I kind of didn't say it as nice as I wanted it to flow, and the connection with the hats and the Mad Hatters. So first of all, the Mad Hatters have a bit of a second nickname regarding of where they are, and it's to do with traditional headgear. And they're called the Bolars, as in bowler hat, but it is spelt B-O-L-A-R-S. And so if they go to Scotland, it'll be the Tammy hat, and I think they were wearing berets in France, and I think that's where it may have come from. But England, bowler hat, so they're called the Bolars, and I've got one here. Oh yes, but here's a cool thing. I'll tell you what, here's a cool thing, right? Now, the Normans came here 11th century, right, brought with them rabbits, and for some miraculous reason they multiply. Anyway, but there is a connection with the bowlers here, and the hats and the Mad Hatters. One etymology and topography, the place is called Lakenheath Warren. We had Eriswell Warren or Lodge and Lakenheath Lodge as well. But that's where Lakenheath Warren got its name from because of all the gamekeeping and rabbit warrens that were here. However, here's a real cool local connection with the Mad Hatters. So because of all the rabbits, they would use rabbit felt for the hats. To bond the rabbit felt, they'd use mercury. If that gets into your bloodstream, you are going to be mad as a hatter. That's where that came from. And what is connected to here is the fact that this story came from either Thetford or Brandon, as there was a hat making shop nearby here. But whether it was Thetford, whether it was Brandon, or whether it was both, it's local to here, and that is so nice that we've got a squadron, the Mad Hatters. But it suits us, doesn't it? Oh God. I nearly turned the camera off. Anyway.
The English language is very interesting because have you heard the expression, he's behaving like a hooligan?
Oh yes, yes. But I don't know where it's come from.
That comes from East London.
Okay.
And there was a lot of Irish immigrants in the 1800s, and there was one family called hooligans, and they were always causing trouble, and they were always drunk. And over the years, that got adopted down to
okay, yeah.
Hooligans, hooligan.
Gotcha. I like stories. Stories are good.
Yeah.
Never spoil a good story like the
Never let the truth get in the way of good.
You know what? I like to find stories and see where they came from. And Coningsby's 29 squadron have 29, and they have 3 X's. Now Roman numerals is 30. So
yeah.
Where did that story come from? The story goes they were told when they were painting on the roundel to have XX and 1X. But the guy that painted it for XX and another X, or was that 1X? Another 1X, so he put XX and an X. So it was 3 X's, and it stayed that way. But if you look at some of the aircraft in 1930 of 29 Squadron, they actually had 2 X's on the Bulldog, 2 X's on the Hawker Demon, 6 X's on top of the Siskin. And I was thinking maybe they just like X's, and maybe it was because they. But then I thought, do you know what? I don't want to ruin a good story because the original story is the paint miss. So you are right. Never spoil a good story. In the end. And there's another story, something to do with tree ball or no, extra strong mints.
Oh right, yeah.
But I like the put an XX and 1X. So they put XX roundel and 1 as in an X, another X. That was the confusion. I prefer that story. Yeah. And that's on their official, if you go into 29 Squadron, on their massive board of history, it's got where did the X's come from. And do you know what? I'll keep it like that. I'm going to make my own little addition. The reason then why the Hawker Demon only had 2 X's because the painter couldn't remember if it was 1 X or another X. That sounds good. Oh dear. So what we got? We got 1 F-15E Strike Eagle and 2 F-35s. It's actually starting to clear up a very tiny bit. Very tiny bit. We may get another 4 seconds of aircraft.
You mentioned an aircraft in your list there. It's one of my favourite aircraft because my father used to fly them, and that's the Bulldog.
Oh, okay, nice.
Very nice.
Yeah.
A biplane.
Yes.
Nevertheless.
The Bristol Bulldog.
Yeah. Cylinders used to come through the fuselage.
Yeah, I've got it's at home. I've got a book of it.
I think it's for cooling purposes.
Are these 15 35s?
Yeah, the Bristol Bulldog. That was yeah. Sopwith Camel was quite interesting as well.
Yeah.
I like that as a plane.
If you're interested and it's worth the trip, I live right on top of Shipton Aerodrome.
Okay.
Which is ex-Liberator.
Right.
And there's a KLM pilot there who's built from the original drawings. He's built, well, it's a Fokker D1, the triplane.
It's got a taste, doesn't it?
I've actually got both of those here.
4, 6.
With camel and the Fokker 1.
Oh,
I've actually
ripped over.
I've actually managed to get some biplanes because I do mention them now and again, and it's nice to. And I'll put them on the show. I'll just get the family to antique shop.
Yeah. And all the goodies come out.
Yeah, all the goodies come out. Yeah. Was that Fokker D1? Was it?
Yes. The one that under the Treaty of Versailles, they weren't allowed to ever make them again, was the D7. Fokker D7.
For those that want to have a look what I'm on about, let me just get that into focus there. I haven't opened it yet, but look at that. And just to give you an idea, and as I mentioned that this vicinity was actually a bombing range, so you would have had things like this, probably a camel, Sopwith camel there. I'll get that on the show at some point. Well, it's on there now, but one day I'll open it up so you can have a look. Lovely. Hey mate, how you doing? All right?
Yeah, you okay?
Yeah, good, thanks.
Good to see you.
Yeah, you too, man.
I usually get down here, but sort of not always on the same page as yourself.
Yeah. Oh, looks like we've got more F-35s, or is that still 2? No, there's more. They've multiplied like rabbits. There's 4 of them. There you go. 4 F-35s now.
Do you know what that engine is? Is it a Pratt & Whitney 9?
In the F-35?
Yeah.
It's a F-135, and it's the PW-100. It's £43,000 of thrust with afterburner.
I told you a guy here works on the base. He was this side of the wire with his girlfriend. He works on them.
Oh, right.
And he said it's pretty bulletproof.
It's the most powerful single jet engine today at the moment, until something else goes on. There isn't one.
I mean, I think I've told you this. I was absolutely staggered when I read the payload was 8 tons.
Oh yes, we had this conversation.
Yeah, I mean, 8 ton of ordnance is a lot.
It is.
It's a lot.
Well, if that's 8 tons, the F-15, I know this a heavy aircraft, can take 24,500 pounds. So what's that? 12 ton?
Wow.
That's a bit of a tank. That is a tank.
And they've had a pretty good track record, haven't they?
Yeah, they have.
For incidences.
Yeah, amazing.
Who likes history then? Are you more
When you're
Both,
like,
really?
it's very brilliant.
what American aircraft shot down the first one?
Oh yes.
The 35
What did? It's got to be a purpose.
Wait. Excuse me. Off.
Oh, it can't.
That's it. Got it.
Yeah. I reckon it's a propeller engine. And we've got 20 minutes to spot tornado.
Same as we're very late.
20 minutes. And they'll find the tank 5 minutes to fuel.
They don't have much time. And in a dive, they pilots experience horrendous
It's that weird. You've got to say things go very
a bag and
we
that.
know. It's
We've had 2 hours one.
They
We've had
eventually
a
found
2-hour one.
the tip
Because one went 10
in a dive.
at full throttle, and they had to do some other training, or the weather went bad.
Oh, it's not the airport.
They can't just go anywhere they want. They need to file new plans, and they were there for like 2 hours.
And have you heard of the expression?
You right, buddy?
What message?
Bottom message.
The North American Thunderbolt.
Okay, I'll have a look at that.
That's the dates for the patches.
Oh, so I was reading the bottom one.
Yeah.
Not the. Oh, is there a?
There's a
What was the American Thunderbolt?
Okay, patches. Right.
Was it F-15?
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
What
Right, got
was
it.
the American Thunderbolt? What was its number?
A10.
8.
A10.
No, not the ground. No, the old one.
The Thunderbolt, the P47.
Yeah, it's it. P-47.
This one.
That's the kiddie.
Yeah, that is a tank. I should have brought the Spitfire to show you how.
Off.
When
Take off.
oh, they're coming this way today.
Sorry, we're getting a bit socialising here. Sorry, I'm getting
surplus. So squadrons that had
getting all excited with the models that I've got here. You know how it is.
Anyway, yeah. And when they did encounter aircraft, obviously they went into combat. When they come back, they debrief pilots, and they always used to say to them, "Did you see the aircraft go down?" And the guy would say, "No. But he must have gone down because I'll give him the full 9 yards. The full 9 yards is the belts that carried the ammunition. And each belt was 9 yards long. So if they used up a whole belt...
The whole 9 yards.
That's the kiddie.
That's
a lovely bit of trivia.
I love that. Yeah, it's good.
You've seen the same videos I've watched the last day or so.
Yeah.
Definitely.
It might be on your video.
Yeah.
And the interesting thing as well, you know, the Fokker D1 had a Rhone, French Rhone engine where the cylinders went round. But the French one was slightly more powerful. So what the German pilots used to get their engineers to do is to go and retrieve crashed aircraft to get the French engine for that little bit more brake.
Oh, right.
Grid.
Looks all pretty bad. Civilian contractors. Big engines. Civilian contractors, obviously.
Okay, so we've still got two F-35s on the right, and joining the single F-15 is another F-15. Here we go. So there we go. So now we've got two F-15s and two F-35s. So still going strong.
What do you reckon their takeoff speed is?
The last
when they
two's got a
rotate?
About 185. Well, I know the Typhoon's 185 miles per hour when it rotates. Probably similar to here, but when they're doing the quick climbs, it's between 400 and it's pretty savage.
I knew something was happening because they lift off, and then they just run parallel for ages before they do the
Oh yes. Yeah, you're looking at, I think when they get to about here, it's about 300, 250, 300 miles per hour about here. But on a quick climb, we're looking at 450. 425 to 450. That's some speed, and then pull up. That you've got that.
But you do get some particularly odd things happening. There was one guy here one night, he'd got all the equipment, you know, all the stuff you could possibly need, and he said these 35s that were coming back from France.
Oh right.
They'd had their transponders turned off, so he couldn't identify them.
They wouldn't. You have to have your transponder on.
But this guy was saying they were off.
No. I think what he means is There's a bit of a misunderstanding. It's the ADS-B out that they turn off, not the if you turn your transponder off, you get into serious trouble. You get into a lot of trouble.
This weather doesn't too bright, does it?
No.
Yeah.
Least it's dry. What are we doing, Lady Shan Teddy Bears? All good and well. So we've got two F-35s that you can see on the screen, F-35As and two F-15E Strike Eagles on the left there, parked up, waiting for departure clearance. Lilo Doublefly, Jenny B, Julianne, Air Godzilla, Alex Raven, Leah, Jason Graves, not Captain Weber, Argan, Davey, Simon Watron, welcome. How's it all going? Got Elon Musk, TCS down on the show. There he is. We've actually got Elon Musk on the show. Williams, Adrian Anderson. Oh, there's now 3 Eagles now. 3 F-15s. What up? Lido Doublefly, how you doing? Margot Baxter, Davey, Argan. Okay, here we go. They're on the move.
This one's an Elon Musk flight.
Everything's on the move. Got 2 F-35s. F-15's on the move as well. Here we go.
Chicken. This used to do press the button. There you go. Take off. Red sign.
still hear F-35 spooling in the base. And another F-15 has just turned up.
Stop the play now.
My ear is tuned to the Pratt & Whitney.
Jenny B, we love you!
There
you go, so we've got more F-15E Strike Eagles. Hello mate, you alright Mark? How are we doing? So we've got another one, so that's 4 F-15E Strike Eagles that have just pulled up on the EOR. This is called an EOR, end of runway. You can fit 6 on each EOR. There are 4 in total, 2 at runway 05 and 2 for 23. And I can actually hear more F-35 engines running in the background. Only just. But a slight higher
Julie
pitch.
the cake lady, we love you!
So it's just in the background. I can just about hear the Pratt & Whitney F-135s. Just. So we'll see. You like just to turn it down just 2 notches and you like to turn it down just 2 notches. Yeah, just in case they say stuff on the outcome. Thanks. Thanks. Here he is, the matronator is here.
The what?
The matronator, look at him. You alright? Thanks, man. Thank you.
What's the matter now? Nikos is cold, he wants to have a dance. That's good. Thank you.
Where are you on here?
That's a lot.
Where are you?
Colin! Come back, Colin!
There you go, I've sent you there.
Christmas, what a shot.
Dad.
Legend!
You may need to turn it back up again.
Yeah, you can't hear it now.
Yeah, no, you can turn it up, man. And I was trying to get your attention. Right, here we go. Right, so we're all good. We've got the bowler hat, got the tea, we've got everything. Right, so we've got... Oh, hello. That was good, wasn't it? Dun-dun-dun.
Oh, yeah.
Right, here we go. Come on.
That's a good shot, that is.
It is a good shot, man.
No, you haven't seen nothing yet. He'll send
What
you
have we got here? Oh, was that low one?
Yeah.
Looks like it, doesn't it? Look at that.
He'll send it. about 20 of them here.
Sounds good.
Oh, that's good.
Hang on, that's bullseye.
Yeah. Look, it's coming out of his butt. It's coming out your bag.
Careful, careful, mate, careful. Careful there now. Easy, son, easy. What? It's actually quite a good shot. I thought you were just being weird, but no. That is actually quite funny. It looks like it's like... We could adjust that on Photoshop, to be honest. That's so funny. That's so funny. That is a good shot.
It's got to be a Christmas water shot, that one.
It's freezing.
You know,
Is there anything else coming up?
Yeah, there's 4 F-15E Strike Eagles on the end there. Tune in, man, you can see it all. Like, subscribe, you know, the usual.
I forgot it was in my pocket. I can hear your voice. I was like, I'm going, I can hear your voice.
So there's four F-15s at the end there, mate. Yeah, there's 4.
What's coming in, Nikos?
Should we just walk it?
F-15E Strike Eagle. You can tell by the slightly warmer light. You can tell by the slightly warmer luminance of the light. Well, it better be.
Oh, yeah.
Aha! Definitely F-35s on the move. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's it. That's a safe bet wherever you go.
Definitely here. F-35s on the move.
Sorry, Nicholas. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
For?
Sorry.
What for?
Message.
Ah, okay.
Sorry. I just tweaked. Sorry.
Now we'll just admire the marshaller there. And there's millions of F-35s crossing the runway. Lots more trouble. There's more F-35s. So, I've got a feeling these are the Grim Reapers that, the F-35s that are coming out. Yeah, man. There's about 4 and 4 F-15s and 4 F-35s. When they take off, when they've all taken off, when I can just keep a lookout when there's incoming and I can get it.
Yes.
Now, how many do you need, mate? 1 or 2?
What's that? Oh, 1.
Just 1, okay.
1.
It's got replacement.
Yeah.
15
Yeah.
That's a Christmas gift.
Oh, that's nice of you.
That was. Proper impressed.
He was actually. Has that got a blue tail on there?
Oh, I think we've got to take off.
Take off.
chance. Yeah. Would you?
Let's have a quick, sorry about that, let's have a quick look of what's going on. So we've got 3 F-15s on the left and 5 F-15s now, 3 and 2.
Millions of them.
Just keep coming, it's pretty extraordinary.
I had an order for one, but I don't like grey.
It's brilliant, they just keep coming.
Jenny, your favourite squadron, the Panthers, are coming. We do love a panther. Oh, we do love panthers.
Right, here we go.
Considering you have a tattoo of a bowler. Panthers are going to reach to the sky.
Who comes up and down?
He's red.
Thanks a lot, Davey, for the update. 1K likes. Thank you for joining us, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Welcome to the 48 Fighter Wing, home of USAF, the flying component, the 48th Operations Group. Now that's the flying component, because of course the wing is made up of several components and units such as the 48th Medical, the 48th OSS, the Operations Support Squadron, Communications Squadron, LE, SF, OSI, all the security segments, the RAF Lakenheath Fire Department, medics, crew, the Fighter Generation Squadron. Then you made up of crew chiefs, armourers, logistics, technicians, LRS, Logistics Readiness Squadrons, QAs, Quality Assurance. There's so much that goes on, the controllers. Also, not forgetting the MODs, RAF Police that are here as well, doing a cracking job, just keeping things sweet and neat in the vicinity as well. And when we talk about the 48th OSS, we've got RAPCON, which is Radar Approach Control. Big shout out to all those in RAPCON with their assist controller, their approach controller, managing the airspace, managing what's called a CMATS, which is controlled controlled military air traffic zone, as we have both Mildenhall and Lakenheath very close together within a 5 mile in the direction of a backwards crow radius. So there we go, there's RAPCON there in those 15-degree angled tinted glass to keep the glare off, managing the aircraft, avoiding collision potential. Aircraft not knowing that they're heading towards each other, they can manage that. They'll manage the aircraft from ground to about 20,000 feet in a 60-mile radius as well. So a big shout out to RAPCON, Radar Approach Control. And it's not just Lakenheath that they manage. As I mentioned, the CMATS includes RAF Mildenhall's traffic as well as civilian as well. You've got to remember that. Now that's not to say that Mildenhall doesn't have anyone in the, that it's an unmanned tower, because they do have their own frequencies to manage ground, the startups, the taxi inside of things, all the mission information that they need, their squadron ops as well, so they can talk to each other. So there is a form of communication with Mildenhall's tower, but the actual air traffic zone is here at RAPCON, which stands for Radar Approach Control. It does get quite interesting when there's lots of aircraft in the skies, especially when it gets quite full in the circuits and in the nearby patterns and around the airspace as well. It can be quite challenging, but according to a 48th RAPCON controller, they said that an air traffic controller said that it's actually quite fun. They do shifts around 8 to 12 hours. They do monthly proficiency. They go on a simulator as well. Also, if you're new to the game, you will have like simulator work. You find out what exactly the aircraft do. It's very important to know what aircraft are actually stationed here. Okay, so F-15's on the move, and yeah, so we've got another 5, I think. And they're all on the move. Nice.
Here we go.
Oh, this looks good. Yep.
Engine bracket here. At your service.
So we got. We're not finished yet. Look at this.
Oh, look at that.
So we're still going. Lots of departures.
Yeah, could be.
Borrow.
Yeah, I don't want.
It's not doing an Elon, is it?
No, thanks. Did you get that in?
It's all right. Yeah, that's fine, mate. Cheers.
You don't need it to do. I look like Charlie Chaplin.
So you can see the F-15E Strike Eagle there, the legacy of over 50 years, its first flight, 1972, as the F-15A. A year later, the TF-15A took off to the skies, which was redesignated as the F-15B, the two-seater, or as we say on the show, the family version attire. And what an amazing legacy, and literally an answer to the MiG-25 Foxbat. We always say, you know, like, you know, the quote unquote, the, you know, keeping up with the Joneses, and it really is. You don't allow someone, especially when it comes to protecting airspace, to have something one over you. You've got to match it or better it. And in 1972, in fact, the design started off in 1960 with 3 manufacturers as well, such as Fairchild and Rockwell taking part, but of course it was the McDonnell Douglas that got the contract. And my friends, in 1975, the F-15 broke an 8 time to climb world record. January the 16th, 1975, the F-15 took off. Now, this is a C model. The F-15 C and D didn't come out, see you later, didn't come out until 1979 for its first flight. The F-15E Strike Eagle, first flight in 86 and went operational in 1989. But the F-15 Eagle did a 8 time to climb world record at 98,425 feet, and it just took 3 minutes and 27.8 seconds. And just to really finish it off, got to 103,000 feet. This is a symbol of American air superiority and a marvel of engineering, an answer to the Foxbat MiG-25. And in the 1960s, you know, when they began to get to the drawing board, a replacement for the F-100 Super Sabre, they didn't match the MiG-25. They outclassed it. And what a beautiful, beautiful aircraft. And I may be getting a departure, actually. Hang on. Looks like they're on the move. Yep, they are. Here we go. Here comes trouble. And then you've got this Lockheed Martin, wonderful engineering on this. Listen to this. There to still be fully blazing. Where did my F-15 go? There we go. Here we go. Look at this. So 2 more. So I was right about hearing F-35s. getting to a point where they just kept coming. Not that we're complaining, but absolutely amazing. And like I said, a complete marvel of American engineering with the idea of replacement for the F-100 and an answer to the MiG-25. They did come out with this, and it's got a few... Oh, no time, no rest for the wicked. Here's more. Got an aircraft coming into land. But got two, here they come, and these are F-35s. They got a slightly colder LED light. They got slightly cooler light than the F-15s on their landing gear. The F-15E Strike Eagle landing gear slightly warmer. Again, oh, our first circuit of the day. Wasn't expecting that. On the go, here we go. A 1.6 because, or the F-35s, because they were designed more for loitering time as well. So they didn't want to push it to 2.5, you know, Mach 2.5. They designed it so it's got some loitering time, so a lot more range. Otherwise, if you're going to start going fast, you're just burning fuel. So it's got loitering, and if you put that into perspective, so like the B2 isn't supersonic, and yet it's a stealthy bomber.
Yeah.
It only goes under the speed of sound. The F-117 didn't have afterburners, had good range, so it's like a compromise. It's like, yeah, I think they've done a cracking job. Imagine that engine trying to do 2.5 times the speed of sound. That's use so much fuel. But I think they came up with a compromise to have a bit of loitering time. Loiter time. I came across it was an actual thing. Loiter time on a jet, on a fighter jet or a bomber. Loitering. Hey, I didn't know that until literally a few months ago.
I'm not sure the aircraft. It might be it was the opposition. You know, got the Boeing 707. Well, it was the opposition, and it even looked like a 707. Was it a Douglas DC-8?
Something like that.
They had a really peculiar system. They could inject water into the combustion chamber.
Yeah.
And the pilots used to call it the fist pipe.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
I can see where that's going.
Yeah, but apparently it added quite a lot of power to the engine.
Yeah. See, the P-47 Thunderbolt had a 30-gallon boost. It was a water and alcohol, and it would go straight into the pistons.
Right.
And I was like, you're spraying water into the piston, but it cools it down, so it gives it more power. It's not the actual what it's burning; it's what it does. I didn't know that either.
Wow.
So it could boost an extra 300 horsepower, which is quite good.
Have you ever been to Brooklands?
No, I've been speaking to a friend on our
When you go, there is a cutaway Bristol Centurus.
Right. Yeah.
Engine.
Yeah.
and the barrels actually move up and down.
Oh, so you can see how it all...
Well, they've got holes in transfer ports, so so you've got the piston that's moving up and down in a barrel that's moving up and down,
right.
to a lesser extent.
Oh, cool.
And I stood there looking at it for an hour and I couldn't work out how they'd
That's
done
amazing.
It was in, do you remember the Bristol Super Freighter?
Yes.
With the big nose
Yep,
doors?
big, yep.
On British car ferries or something. They had them fitted.
Ah. Well, there we go. And, got an F-35 being towed in front of us down the catwalk. Now this reminds me of the scene out of, oh, what do you call it? Flight of the Navigator. Yep, here we go. So my guess is an F-15 due to the warmer lights. You have a look. Yeah, thanks a lot, Perry. Yeah, the F-35s also have little flashies on the wing as well. Yeah, that is good. But it looks like a warmer, because you can see the warmer landing gear colour on the light there. May of 1983, the incident that I told you. I mean, this has some remarkable history of what it's been up to. You know, in May of 1983, in a training exercise, collided with a Skyhawk, an A4 Skyhawk, and it lost control, obviously, in that impact, a collision. Now the Skyhawk crew ejected safely. The F-15 was spinning out of control. It was a two-seater in the F-15D model, and the Wizzo was expecting the pilot to, you know, call the punch out and to eject. But what the pilot did was actually whack on the afterburners to get some form of control. Now, to their right, because obviously the wing is set back with its 45-degree angle, they couldn't really see what was going on, but the pilot managed to get control of the wounded F-15, and they couldn't really see what was going on because it was a massive ball of cloud hiding the right wing. Now, when they came into land, they got the arrestor hook out, ready to catch the arrestor kit, the arrestor cable. They were going twice the speed that what they should have been going, and the arrestor cable snapped. But when they finally got to a hole, so let's say this is our F-15 that had that ball of cloud, they then realized what they'd just done. They actually managed to land with their whole right wing missing, and that's one of the stories that the F-15 has in its history as well. So it is quite remarkable. It has an amazing history. And it has one of many to talk about. Let's just pop that there for a minute. And then, of course, another remarkable history after that came in 1985, where the pilot and the very aircraft, the F-15, managed to get something very, very, very extremely historical. It was happened on the 3rd of September of 1985. So 2 years after that incident, the F-15 carried on doing something else. Now, it was Major Wilbert Doug Pearson took off in a steep vertical climb, flying at just under the speed of sound over the Pacific Ocean, and he was going at 36,000 feet, and he had a target, not of land, not of the air or even the sea, but space. He pushed his pickle button and yep, launching his missile to intercept a satellite. I know, out of space, a Solwind P-78-1 satellite, and it was moving at, you know, quite a slow speed, you know, 17,500 miles per hour, while it was 300 miles above Pearson's F-15, and he got it, and he is the only pilot, and I guess the aircraft, to have a air-to-space aerial victory, or air-to-space kill. I suppose there's no air in space. Sorry, just had to. So it's an air-to-space kill, which is rather remarkable. And then this very variant. That sounds interesting. This exact variant, the F-15E Strike Eagle, on Valentine's Day of 1991, ended up getting the most unusual aerial victory. I know. Just see this F-35. Now, it was during the Gulf War, Valentine's Day 91, where the Special Forces, I mean, they're no, you know, not exactly, you know, soft. They are hardcore, but they were about to get sort of enclosed in and pinned down. They were in a bit of bother because they were caught up with Mi-24 helicopters. Now, they're attack helicopters, and they are those mean-looking things. And the Green Berets were in a spot of bother if these had been taken off. And the F-15E Strike Eagle was about to come to the rescue. However, bit of a problem. The missiles didn't have the range, and it's an unusual aerial victory. And literally, Captain Bennett was leading the way, and he was informed about these Mi-24 helicopters, and they, you know, the Green Berets and the Special Forces were in a bit of bother, and he couldn't use the missile, but using the Lantern pod, okay, the legendary Lantern pod, which stands for Low Altitude Navigation and Targeting Infrared, which I'll talk to you about, which the F-15E Strike Eagle has. What it does, it can navigate at night through low-level mountainous areas. It scans the contours and feeds that info back. So it's almost like having a virtual reality, but obviously reality, but relayed back to the pilot. And the Wizzo got a lock on the Mi-24 helicopter, and they used a GBU-10, all right, so laser-guided bomb, I know, right, and they got a lock, and they used that instead of because it had more range, and they used it, but to the horror, those Mi-24s started to take off, and it was airborne to their horror. But guess what? They saw a massive flash, and they couldn't see that Mi-24 on the screen anymore. They'd actually got the most strangest aerial victory, a helicopter for one, but it was airborne, and it was using a guided bomb, which is not your most usual way of doing things. And that is the F-15E Strike Eagle's most unusual aerial victory.
Mate.
Have a good Christmas and New Year, yeah?
New Year,
Take care. Thank you. Take care, man. Bye. See ya. amazing. The legacy, like I said earlier, right in the beginning of the stream, the legacy of what's left from that might of the mighty 8, and of course the United States Army Air Forces, because of course the 48th were allocated to the 9th Air Force. An amazing, amazing legacy. To go back to the 15th of January 1941, when the 48th Bomb Group Light activated at Hunterfield, Georgia. That's where it all started for them. But they started life with very different squadrons, as in the same lineage but different name, well, different numbers. They were the 55th Bomb Squadron Light, the 56th, the 57th Bomb Squadrons Light, and a 4th one, the 9th Reconnaissance Squadron. Soon, or a year later, they were then changing roles, because they were a training unit at the time. Don't forget, the 15th of January, these activations of 1941, they were called the first aviation objectives in preparation for a potential war, and good job they did, because 11 months later, of course, the attacks on Pearl Harbor, that took the United States into the Second World War, as they were neutral prior to that. But like any good plan, is to have a good plan in preparation in place, just in case. So a year later, they were designated as the 48th Bomb Group Dive. Of course, they will be changing aircraft. We're talking about A-24s, A-31s. The squadron numbers changed again after that. So the designation, if you ever see in brackets H, that stands for heavy, like the Bomb Group Heavy, the 100th. But they were a light. But a year later, in 1942, they were designated as the 48th Bomb Squadrons. The 48th Bomb Group Dive. So they all had a bracket D. And the squadrons took that designation, and in 1942 they changed numbers, the same lineage. In that time, the 9th Reconnaissance Squadron turned into the 88th Bomb Squadron, okay, and they were flying the B-18, the only ones to use that in the group itself. And then by sort of 1942, the numbers changed. So the 55th became the 492nd, the 56th became the 493rd, and the 57th became the 494th. Now the 88th, who were the 9th Reconnaissance Squadron, became the 495th. You got it. And you know, during sort of early 1944, there was a lot of movement. The squadrons were, you know, really been trained. The bomb squadrons were already, and the bomb groups were already in the UK at that time, especially from 1943. They were in the start and the thick of it. But in March 1944, for the 48th, the 495th moved to the 407th Fighter Group. And this is probably because fighter groups were being organised, as well as all the other groups. They've been organised into 3 squadrons into one group. So because the 48th had 4 squadrons, I believe, and I think, that is probably the reasons behind the move. So they moved to a training group, the 407th, but the month after, on the 1st of April 1944, they actually became inactive. Now, just before they got their main aircraft, they were flying the P-40, the Curtiss P-40, which I did have, but looks like it's gone. Yep, it's gone walkabout. But never mind, I've shown you that many times. And then, of course, they moved on to the P-47. That was their main aircraft, and they literally set sail. Some of them on the Ile-de-France, some of them on the Queen Mary, and the 48th. They were the 48th fighter bomb group, and then they became the fighter group, the 48th. They changed again designation, so the squadrons were fighter squadrons, and they were allocated to the 70th Fighter Wing. They made their way to RAF Ibsley and allocated to the 9th Air Force. Okay, so that was to support the army and ground attack, taking out tanks, gun positions, railways, lots of rigorous training designed for that. And they even innovated close air support with that P-47. That's right, hence the A-10 is a Thunderbolt II, its official name, named after. So the A-10 was made around its gun. The Thunderbolt original P-47 was made around its giant engine, and they took part in glide bombing, low-level flying, reconnaissance and patrol missions. On the 30th of May 1944, that's when the bomber title dropped, and they even took part in D-Day. The 48th Fighter Group with their 3 squadrons with their P-47s took part in D-Day. All that training they put into action. They bombed bridges, gun positions, destroying vehicles, and you know, they really innovated close air support with that P-47. They really did. Of the 14,000 sorties at D-Day and the Normandy campaign, the 48th, they took part in 2,000. While they were gaining ground, they moved to places like Dujamu and carried out airstrikes and helped the First Army break through the gun positions of Germany at Saint Lo in France. They were destroying tanks, gun pods, and then they were really using them for almost like observation and reconnaissance to assist the army in literally gaining ground. They went to Cambrai in France, and then they moved to Belgium to use its 10,000-foot runway at Saint Trond the following month into September. On the 17th of September 1944, they supported Operation Market Garden. In December, troops of the 9th Army were pinned down in Jülich in Germany. This is how far and how deep penetration that the 48th got involved into. The 9th Army was stuck by a soccer field on the 6th of December 1944 in freezing foggy ice conditions at treetop level height, which is not a lot. And the 48th, along with Ed Cottrell, with 65 missions he did, and only one of those was actually an escorting mission. Just goes to show how much the 9th Air Force, you know, carried out their ground attacks rather than the escorted missions, which the 8th Air Force did. They were flying at 200 feet at 325 miles per hour, led by Major Stanley Latiolis, and they carried delayed bombs and strafed the ground targets. And Ed Cottrell was shown the 40 bullets because the P-47 can take a battering, and it also had an air-cooled piston engine as well, which it could take a lot of cowlings away from that and still get back. Again, more missions in December, attacks on bridges, tank positions, gun positions. It was all really close air support that they've really innovated. Now, the P-47 really innovated close air support, as I mentioned, and how it did this is quite remarkable. What they would do it played a similar role, and it played a similar role to the Hawker Typhoon, and the way they would do it would literally be to use the P-47. You got your army on the ground, and of course armies were obviously exposed to tanks for ambushes, stuff like that, so they'd use the P-47 to scout, look, and sometimes do an unarmed reconnaissance just to have a look, because it could easily do 425 miles per hour with about 42,000 feet of service ceiling. The way it would attack and strafe gun positions and railway lines was to do what's called a split S. It will dive down, it will basically fly past its target, dive down and do a split S, see ya, and strafe away. And they would use this for close air support as well. So if the 9th Army was stuck, they'd use the P-47s to literally obliterate anything so that the 9th Army could proceed. Really clever stuff, really, and that really led on to, literally, as I mentioned, CAS, which stands for Close Air Support. Really amazing aircraft. It really is the P-47 Thunderbolt with that Pratt & Whitney engine. I once watched a video of Ed Cottrell. He said he kissed the ground when he got back because he was stuck, because he had 9 cylinders shot to bits. from his P-47, and he was too low to bail out, so he had to just risk it. But he had two 109s that caught up with him. He was in a lot of trouble, but they let him go. They saluted him and let him land back at St. Trond. Wow, amazing stories like that, really spine-chilling stories. But there we go, that's 8.5 aerial victories to the 493rd, 8 to the 494th, and 3 to the 492nd. May not sound a lot, but don't forget that the main objective for the 9th Air Force was to take out gun positions. It was ground attack rather than escorting. Interestingly, the connection here as well, you may hear Ramrod as an operation here when you hear like the radio checks from Ramrod. Ramrod was the code for escorting fighters of the 8th Air Force during World War II, so escorting bombers. Now, if you look at 8th Air Force fighter groups, they had a lot of aerial victories and all these aircraft that they destroyed. It's quite amazing to understand all the 15th Air Force, 12th Air Force. There were so many air forces, but having different roles, because of course the war wasn't just in Europe. It was, you had Africa, the Pacific, you had stuff like the Battle of Midway, and all. It was so much going on, everywhere, literally. Africa, as mentioned as well, Middle East, all these kind of places that each Air Force, and that's what I mean about the organisation. It really is quite fascinating to learn a bit about the history. And of course it's, as I mentioned earlier in the stream about, having here of what's left of all the fighter groups. There's so many. I mean, you've got like Bottisham, which they've made a really. I haven't been to that. I haven't been to Bottisham Museum. That I'd like to have a go and have a look there. It's where they had the P-51s. And of course, 1945, end of the war, the last mission on the 8th of May, Captain Troy of the 48th, witnessed the German troops walking by, and, you had the Allies walking on one side and the surrendering Germans on the other. It was just, what a sight. But anyway, the 48th moved slowly back towards France, and they ended up moving back to the US, and on the 7th of November 1945, they actually deactivated. That was it. There's no more. But 7 years later, because of course straight after the Second World War, things were brewing up, the Cold War, Strategic Air Command and all this kind of stuff, and the 48th moved back to France. I know, they reactivated. Now don't forget, they were a fighter group, and on the 26th of June 1952, a reactivation of the 48th, but they became a wing, and they became the 48th Fighter Bomb Wing at the time. So the 3 squadrons were activated again, and they became Fighter Bomb Squadrons, FBS, and they moved to France at Chaumont. Now, you may have seen movies. Here comes an aircraft just coming now. You may have seen movies of like 1950s airfields, like literally like muddy acres or a desert, just literally like desert surroundings with those little pop-up huts, those shacks with just that real thin red and white barrier with a couple of guards just there. It was a bit like that at Chaumont, but they built on it. I mean, it had loads of muddy acres, a concrete runway though, and just a handful of shack buildings. And their first aircraft was the first jet that they ever acquired, which was the F-84 Thunderjet. And they also, a year later, under the 492nd Fighter Bomb Squadron, they actually formed the first aerobatics team of USAF. It was indeed the Sky Blazers. You can see an example of that at the Suffolk Aviation Museum in an F-100. Do check that out. It is amazing to have an aerobatics team under the 48th. That's pretty cool. May 1954. Whilst transitioning to their next aircraft, the F-86 as well, the Sky Blazers were indeed the official demo team. Now, 4th of July as well of 1954, this is where Lakenheath's 48th Fighter Wing gets its name from, the Statue of Liberty Wing. If you have a look at any 48th Fighter Wing post 1954, obviously, if you ever see the sort of Statue of Liberty, the station's crest, the 48th Wing's crest, or the insignia, shall I say, the 48th insignia, you'll see the Statue of Liberty. Why is that? Why is it in French, Statue de la Liberté? It's written in French because they were just 25 miles away from Bartholdi's workshop, who designed and built the Statue of Liberty. I know. So, 4th of July, 1954. They had a name ceremony. I know, they were officially called the Statue of Liberty Wing, and it's from there. 1956, they became the first USAF wing to operate the F-100 Super Sabre. And then between 57 and 58, they changed names. They became the 48th Tactical Fighter Wing. 2 years later, the same year that the Beatles formed, in fact, on the 15th of January, 1960, they made Fighter Town here. They actually arrived at RAF Lakenheath on the 15th of January 1960. Now, the tail markings that we see here, LN, on the F-35, let's have a quick look at LN. LN is the tail code, so all US military aircraft have a tail code today to establish where they belong. Who's who? LN is the tail code, as you can see there. But when they arrived with the F-100D Super Sabres, this wasn't the case. They had an L and a second letter, which let you know which squadron was operating it. LR was the 492nd, LS was the 493rd, and LT was the 494th. Again, don't forget to check out the Newark Air Museum. They have an F-100 Super Sabre with LT, with the red tail flash for the 494th. They do have one. Check it out. It'll be amazing if you do, because that's kind of cool. And they had the camo at the time, the Super Sabres, and in the late 60s they changed it to that bare metal colour, that natural metal colour, in fact from about 1969. In 1972 they changed aircraft. They had ex-Vietnam F-4 Phantoms, and they got rid of that tail code system. They added a new tail code. It wasn't LN, it was LK. But that only lasted a few months, about 8 months into 1973, where they changed it to the tail code that we know today, LN. In 1977, they changed aircraft once more, but this time, although they had a new aircraft, the F-111 Aardvark, they actually reinstated and reactivated the 495th after 33 years of being inactive. They were known as the Thundervarks. So all 4 squadrons were back, and the tail flash for the 495th was indeed green. On the 14th of April 1986, Lakenheath took part in the Libyan raids, and due to the flight restrictions, they actually ended up doing the world's longest combat raid at the time, about 14 hours worth. The Libyan raids involved 24 of Lakenheath's F-111s of the 48th Tactical Fighter Wing. It was called Operation El Dorado Canyon. Now, it was a 14-hour flight, and despite success, along with F-14 Tomcats and A-7s of the US Navy, including EF-111s of Upper Hayford and various tankers that assisted this, sadly, Lakenheath lost. Call sign Karma 52. Both airmen lost their lives. In September of 1986, RAF Lakenheath, bear in mind, this is a United States Air Force, they were awarded, and the only unit to be awarded this, the Navy Meritorious Unit Commendation, and it was awarded to the 48th by the US Navy Secretary John Lemon, who made Lakenheath's 48th the only US Air Force wing to even get that. In 1991, the 495th sadly became inactive again, and it was the F-111s that were being retired. And during that time, after the earlier Gulf War missions, the 48th dropped the title Tactical and just became the 48th Fighter Wing. So they dropped that. It was from 1991. And in 1992, they started to receive the F-15E Strike Eagles with the 492nd and the 494th. 2 years later, the 493rd, the Grim Reapers, activated with the F-15Cs, and then a few years later they started to receive the D model. On the 24th of March 1999, Operation Allied Force, Lakenheath's F-15Cs of the 493rd, who went over to assist strikes against Serbian targets, and in 72 hours the 493rd accumulated 4 aerial victories: Knife 1-3 with 1 aerial victory, Edge 6-1 and Dirk 2-1 with 2 aerial victories. These were all MiG-29s, and why not? Lakenheath have a trophy. They do. They actually got one of the cockpits. I know, one of the cockpits from the MiG-29 that they shot down. It's here, along with, if I may add, a replica of the Statue of Liberty from Chaumont as well, may I add. We also had helicopters here in 2006 as well, with the 56th Reconnaissance Squadron. They had H-860 Hellos. And in 2015, more helicopters of the 57th Rescue Squadron, although they both moved to Aviano in 2018. And here's Dirk 2-1. It was, this is a little bit of trivia for you. Dirk 2-1. There's our LN 0156. That had the 2 aerial victories. And you will notice this flag doesn't really exist. It's a flag with no country. It's the wrong flag because they didn't allocate one at the time with the split of Yugoslavia and everything. You can see it on the other 2, the other Edge and Knife, but that's why this flag doesn't actually exist at that time. But there we go, a little bit of trivia for you. And serial numbers that you see, those larger ones, 0156, that's not all the serial number. The small ones under AF for Air Force, 86, that will tell you the year that this aircraft was put into production. This particular one, so it was put into production in 1986, but this forms the whole of the serial number. So what it is, if you were going to make an F-16 in 1986 and it was the next aircraft into production, it would actually be 860157. So it's actually not plane specific, but actually serial number specific. So it's quite clever. So you won't have the same, you know, registration. There's our LN. There you go, lovely. So nice bit of history. So literally from 1992, we were back to just the 3 squadrons. But of course, as we mentioned on the 15th of December 2021, we welcomed back the 495th. Now, they were known as the Thundervarks for flying the F-111 Aardvark, but they had to have a different name. They couldn't be called the Aardvarks or the Thundervarks. There it is. There's our F-111 Aardvark there. So they actually put it out to the public, and they chose Valkyries. So there we go. That's what they used at El Dorado Canyon, the F-111 Aardvark. Pretty cool, huh?
Choose 3 colours, can't they?
Sorry?
On the 35 canisters, there's 3 colours they can choose?
I don't think they can choose. It's to do with the coating on there. It's the coating. It's sprayed with this special electro-absorbing stuff.
So some look a different colour to others.
The amount of coating that they've had with the treatment that they've had on it, but they all inside look the same. They will, if you look at it, if you look at one that slightly has a blue glare, it will still be orange when you see through it, or that tinted, yeah, that tinted look. Yeah, it can appear orange or it can appear blue.
Yeah, that's what we were seeing earlier on.
But it will actually, it's almost an optical illusion. They will look the same at one point. But yeah, they do have a tint, and it's to do with the coating they've put on it.
Okay. We did a 2-ship arrival in Birchwood.
Cool. So more arriving now. So F-35s. Thanks for the info, Perry.
Is Keno still on a red car?
I think it's done now. Oh, Nilo Doublefly, thank you so much for gifting so many Ted Coningsby memberships. Thank you for your support. That's Lilo Doublefly there. I love it when they got the external missile railings on there. Just look meaner, you know. I just love that. It's cool, man. You can have three hard points on each wing. Amazing aircraft, and absolutely fascinates me every time. The F-35 covered in amazing paint called RAM, which is radar absorbing material. Don't forget, stealth doesn't mean invisible, is how much goes back and transmits back, how much is bounced back from radio waves that have hit the aircraft from radar. It's how much comes back, and that's measured in the form of a radar cross-section. So a primary radar will send in omnidirectional radio waves, radio frequencies that are sent out, and tries to echo back the signal. But of course the F-35 has other ideas. For example, the Typhoon's actually got quite a good radar cross-section. There's a lot you can do. It's obviously the less metal, the less heat that you've got. Try to have your intakes on the side of your fuselage rather than below. Don't make anything bounce back, and that is the key. It's like shouting down a canyon or a well. or a cave, you hear your voice come back. That is literally how radio waves work, as opposed to bouncing back coming to you. If you were to stand further back, or if the well was filled with less water, your voice will take a bit longer, like a Doppler effect. You can actually work out how far an air... Now we're going into radar. The Doppler effect can actually work out how far a subject is, for example. All right, so they're looking out for metal, they're looking out for heat, they're looking out for those afterburner, the heat that comes off. They're looking out, literally, they want back what they sent back. Okay, the F-15, okay, the radar cross section is quite high. It's about I think it's about 25 meters squared, or something silly, or 5 meters squared, is it, something like that? I've got a list of it somewhere. Let me see if I can locate it for you. There's a lot to remember of radar cross sections. Let's have a look. F-15 is, yeah, 20 meters squared. Wow. There's a little bit of some radar cross sections for you to quickly have a look at if you want to pause it in any way. Oh look, I'm on there, 1 meter squared. Look at that, F-35. So an F-35, to give you an idea of its radar cross section, is about a golf ball. A B2 is probably about the size of a bumblebee. Now what and an F-22 bumblebee. Now what I'm saying is that what good is that on a radar? They're not going to be looking for a bumblebee, literally. It's covered in RAM, radar absorbing material, for one. So my point is, a lot of the design, you want to get rid of flat surfaces, you want to get rid of 90-degree angles. Look at an F-16 and the elevator. That will bounce back if that was at 90 degrees between the elevator and the stabilizer. You want, first of all, it's got a lot of carbon composite, all right? Doesn't have a lot of metal, all right, for one. Also, you can help by having radar absorbing material. Now, the special paint that has been patented by Lockheed itself, Lockheed Martin, has some form of iron in the paint, and it can actually burn the radio waves. I know, amazing. So it's really doing that. Also, you'll see a lot of these serrations. Look at the B2, look at the F-35, look at all these serrations that are on here. Why is that? Well, if my finger is a radio wave hitting there, these serrations are going to bounce away all the frequencies somewhere else. They're going to scatter them. That's why you got serrations not only on the actual bodywork, landing gear, like, really amazing. The weapons bait, okay, you're going to open it, you're going to declare yourself a little bit, but still do something about it. Stick some serrations on there. Everywhere you look, there's serrations. One of the characteristics of stealth fighter jets, that is, stealth fighters, the nose isn't even round, because if you catch it at the correct angle, the frequency will come back and return to sender. All right, so it goes back to the ground stations and will pin back to the ATC. But all fighter jets that are stealth, from the nose right up to the intake, again, it's got a ridge. All right, now the radar absorbing material for the Lockheed Martin is about 0.1 megahertz right up to 60 gigahertz. Now, not even an S400 can get that. It is spectacular. It's even got radar absorbing tape. It's got absorbing material, which you would have heard. Sometimes it tints blue on here. Sometimes you get an orange effect. It does actually change on here. Maybe this has got some sort of magic on there. Even the EOTS, the electro-optical targeting system, that is made of sapphire. It's clear. It is on my F-35B that I've got, but not on this one. It's clear. Uses sapphire. It's got a low radar cross section. Sapphire, it's very strong. It measures 9 on the Moss scale of hardness. Diamond is 10. So they use sapphire. It is absolutely incredible. It's the only one with an internal cannon, the F-35A. You can see it here, look at that. The others don't have it, that's missing. It's got a DAS system as well, the distributed aperture system. It can fuse with other aircraft. I mean, look at this, even serrations here. What's going on here? It's amazing. And don't be fooled by, oh, I can only do Mach 1.6. Well, look at the B2's maximum speed. It's not even supersonic. Look at the Harrier. That wasn't supersonic. Look at the F-117. That wasn't supersonic. I mentioned the Harrier because sometimes people go, well, the Harrier was better. Yeah, okay. But the technology, according to, you know, don't forget that is comparing it to the B variant. Don't know why I mentioned the Harrier there, but people mention the F-35B and the Harrier as a comparison. There isn't really a comparison between the two. What I'm saying here is it's to do with loitering. It's been designed for an amazing amount of range and loitering time. The F-35A has an amazing loitering time on it. So they compromised, you know, the max speed for loiter time. Like I said, gets the job done without being seen. Do you know what I mean? 4 internal hardpoints and 6 external hardpoints. You can whack a missile railing on there. Look at that, amazing. Absolutely incredible. It's got an FOTD, that's a fiber optic towed decoy. It can project a decoy with the fiber optics to make belief that there is an F-35 somewhere else. That's the serrations. Look at the radio waves going elsewhere. If it was flat, it would go back. There's our DAS system. Sometimes if you catch it right, these little prism like windows or mirrors, they look like mirrors, but they're not. But they're actually DAS system, the AAQ-37. There's about 6 of them. There's one by the ladder. There's 2 on this side, I think 2 here and 1 at the back somewhere. It forms a 360-degree protection, almost like a globe of plasma around it. Mind you, I shouldn't say plasma because they are actually making like a plasma system to protect aircraft. Now we're getting into Star Wars, right? But this DAS system can actually fuse with other F-35s, and the purpose of the DAS system is literally infrared sensors for day or night, and it's constantly tracking, continuous tracking vehicles, S-400 or surface-to-air missiles. It can track everything around it, and when you fuse it with other F-35s, it is absolutely incredible. But yeah, don't be fooled by them. I mean, Mach 1.6 is good enough. And don't forget, ordnance can have a massive BVR. You've seen the movies, they're like, I don't know, a couple of 100 feet away and engaging in dogfights with the DAS system and an F-35. And the way it works with its EOTs and its targeting system, you're talking over 100 miles away. Wouldn't make a good movie, really. Wouldn't make a good movie, but there you go. Yeah, and don't forget, it is a multi-role aircraft. Doesn't need to be in stealth mode all the time. It can play a defense. When you're playing in defense, you want to be seen because you're mean. Get out of my area. This is my airspace. Do you know what I mean? That's what it's all about. The right configuration, and it can be reconfigured.
Oh, great.
Glad you can't do that.
Grimmest. That's what it's called. Grimmest. That's their pool. I'm from the Grimmest. Yeah. You see a few of these.
You got your tea in there, bigger?
Huh?
You got your tea in there, bigger?
Yeah.
What they go to because they're popular.
Thanks a lot, Sylvia King, as well. Welcome to the show, everyone, and thanks to everyone who's tuned in today. And we're coming up to 1300, just 10 minutes away, and our last Lakenheath show of the year. And I just want to wish all the crew at the 48th a very happy Christmas.
Merry Christmas!
Lilo, thank you very much.
Did you hear that? Fear the Reaper.
Oh, it's always, that's the reply back to that.
Who's Ramrod?
Ramrod is it's an operation.
Okay.
It's a name for the ramrod. So ramrod will connect with them if there's any issues with any airborne stuff.
That's what I'm talking about just now.
Yeah. So, but the thing is, I mentioned it on the stream earlier. So I didn't actually tell them what it is, but ramrod is the checks for any issues in the air. But the word ramrod was actually an 8th Air Force term for fighter escorts for the bombers. So they kept it. So obviously Operation Overlord, you got Overlord on there.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. So they use a lot of old school stuff.
Thank you.
Anytime.
So we'll learn something. Apart from being we do apologise. Yeah, that's something unique.
Keenan. It's a free badge.
He's got to get it.
Nice. Oh yes. That was for show. That was like a little thank you. I love that. It's a good example of seeing the exhaust nozzles work with the conversion exhaust nozzle control system.
Don't really do that.
He done that for you, Keno, because he knows you ain't got a tag anymore.
Yeah.
So, anything else to come back?
That's it, I think. Is that it? Is there two more?
Two more. There is two.
I can't even feel my fingers.
Big Al, thank you very much. Just want to say thank you to Ted, Nikos, Spannerflight and the whole TCS crew for being my unknown supporters through the bad times of this year and helping me keep strong. Every one of you, I love you. Thank you very much for that, Big Al. Nice one, mate. Yeah, definitely. If you're, you know, if you, I know this time of year can be a bit of a mix, really, because there are some that don't have, you know, families. Like, I'm gonna, you know, it might sound a little bit low key here, but there are those that are on their own. All right, there are, whether, you know, I'm talking about, I'm going universal here. There are people that are on their own at Christmas. So don't forget, if you are a member, you're always part of the family as well. So you can always tune into our Discord and chat with other TCS members. But there are people that like to be on their own as well. So that's why I said it's a mixed thing, you know. So sometimes if someone likes to be on their own and someone is going, yeah, you know, get together. But there are people that want to be on their own, and that's great. You know, that's fine. But there are people that are lonely but not by choice, and that's the thing. So we've got to remember those that are on their own at Christmas. And if you know, but if all it takes is a little message to someone, say, hey man, how you doing, or hey girl, what up? I don't know, just made that up, but I'm just saying that don't forget there are people that are on their own, not by choice as well. But of course, you know, the TCS is a community and a family as well, and just want to reach out to you that, you know, whether you're on your own by choice or not, you're always welcome in the TCS community, the Ted Coningsby Squadron community, because we are a fun family. In fact, I don't see it as a community anymore, see it as a family. But of course, if you are with your family as well, those, don't forget, personnel here, airmen, male, female, that don't get to be with their families, that are here for years, a few years, months, whatever. It's like, you know, they're a long way from home. Don't forget that. Some make new friends and families when they're here. Of course, it is a unit, as a family, but also going out to the personnel that have families far away that they're not going to get to see. Now, we all think of, oh, the base is closed, you know, Coningsby's closed. They're not. It's not actually just a shutdown. There are men and women working rotational to spread it out. Some work over New Year's. You know, there's lots of fundamental, and especially our quick reaction alert. Don't forget our quick reaction alert, 24/7, 365, no matter what day it is, and no matter what you're wearing at the time if you're ground crew. I've seen a few stories. Sorry, I've heard a few stories. But what I'm saying is that there are going to be men and women working over Christmas, and not just Air Force. You know, Navy, Army, of all, you know, US, NATO, you know, they are working, and don't forget that as well. So just want to say a massive Merry Christmas to all those in all circumstances, all situations, all backgrounds, whether you are in a, you know, whatever it is that you're doing. But of course, 48 Fighter Wing, thank you so much. And that leaves me to do our last Guards marches from Lakenheath for this year, and there we go. I'm going to just reel them out, and but yeah, listen, at the end of the day, you know, don't forget, if you're feeling down, there's always someone is there to listen to. You know, sometimes a good friend just doesn't say anything, just listens. So, you know, we always want to keep people in the green, make sure they're all good. And well, I don't know where the flag went. Have I flagged down? Definitely not there. Oh well, there is okay, so RAF Lakenheath, I've donated a flag somewhere. It's going to be embarrassing if it went on the air. It might have come out when I changed battery. No worries. My little flag. If not, no worries.
That's it. it.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah.
Whee!
Flag recovery team.
It is! Right. Right, our last, yeah, we'll call it the last Guards marches from Lakenheath for 2025. So, Lilo double fly, a high five, a paw pump, a salute, and a fly past. I mean, just gifted 20 Ted Coningsby memberships. That is incredible.
Oi, oi.
Oi, oi, definitely. Guards March there. Absolutely. Thank you so much for your support. Living the dream, Mark Joyce. There he is. Oi, oi. Merry Christmas to all the TCS. Stay safe, everyone, and look after one another. Just want to say this channel has been absolutely awesome in 2025. Can't wait for it to continue to rise in 2026. Keep on living the dream. Oh, yeah. Nice one, Guards March, man. Thanks for keeping our roads safe. Thank you very much. Synchro Tones, Merry Christmas, Nikos, Spanners and TCS. Have a good break and wishing you a very every success in 2026. Up the TCS, Guards March, thank you. Sharon Chapman, Guards March to you. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to Ted, Nikos, Claire Band, Spanners and all the TCS. What an amazing year it's been. It has. Thank you so much. Graham McRobert, Guards March, thanks for this year's stream, Nikos and Ted. Thank you for your super chat. Colin Patterson as well, Guards March, grab a coffee, Nikos, thank you for a brilliant year. Sylvia King as well, treat yourself, thank you very much for the super chat. And Sylvia King celebrating 21 months of membership. Happy Christmas, all Teds and Nico, thank you very much. MGR Janes, high five, Guards March, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Andrew Dickey, Guards March, thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Me Diaz, high five, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron, Guards March. Jan Clark, who's put oi oi, happy Christmas to Nikos, Claire Bear, Spanner crew, Bears and everyone. Thanks Nikos, Claire Bear, and for this year. Thank you very much, Jan Clark, Guards March. Paul Henry, Guards March to you, happy Christmas. Hope you all have a great one all the way from Liverpool. Thank you very much, Guards March. Alcove Electronics Workshop with 7 months membership. Time flies with a few typhoons and Ted. Stephen Griffiths, thank you for your 23 months membership. Muzz Mason, I wish everyone at TCS a wonderful Christmas with family and friends and an awesome year. Guards March. Andy Stanley, Guards March to you. Happy Christmas, Nikos, Claire Bear, Ted and all the TCS. Thanks for your super. Chris White, high five. And a paw pump, thank you so much for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Laser Tech 02 with a super chat. Merry Christmas, everyone. It's been a great year. Looking forward to next. Jake Jackson, Bar Humbug. Jake with the cameras. Guards March, thank you so much for that. Lima Papa 23, happy holidays to all. Happy holidays to you. Margot, thanks for the super sticker as well. Guards March, thank you so much for that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Right. I think we are done, Ted. I think we're going to finish it off, I think so.
4 more coming.
4?
Yeah.
Ted says to wait here. All right.
Now you can see why they call them kilo candy. Panthers on the way back in.
Yeah, was it 4 of them, is there?
Yeah,
Yeah, they're right now.
are they here?
Okay, well,
Now we're coming
I'll
in.
go and move the ball.
Right,
And the other one's on its way as well.
it's been a good one today. Nice way to end the year.
Yes, absolutely. You were saying you need one of those fishing suits.
Oh. Yeah, it's
You
good
got
for
a
you.
heated jacket on as well.
Yeah, I've got a little heat mat
Oh,
inside.
that's all right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
It is.
I'm on red.
Yeah, you're on red. I'm on. Oh, it's off. let's put it back. Oh yeah, because you can set it to a certain time.
Put it on full.
It's for a sleeping bag, but hey, it does the job. It creates heat. That'll do.
60,000 feet.
North Pole. It's Ted Nikos.
Oh, is it got? Oh yeah, I've seen that. Is that the Santa's and his crew?
Santa's escort. We've got to have a. We've got to have one. Gentlemen, incoming.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. I've actually got the camera right there.
All right. Ted in charge. It's in charge.
Is it this?
Oh, PA beside.
Actually got it right there. Ted can do that. It's the Ted cam. Yeah, it should be right there. Let me have a look. See how bad it is. Hang on. Let's have a look. It's on there. Spot on. Spot on. There it is. There was one time I did that, and this moved up, and you just had grey sky for like 5 minutes. I don't know. People were going, "It's grey." I'm like, oh.
Last one. 2 more after this. End on a good one. They might be at least 15.
Look like 15s.
Whoop, whoop. Christmas special.
Yeah, but they can miss it.
Yeah, it's been towing the F-35 about.
There's 2 more in and that's probably it now.
Oh, down here, we're not.
Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Is that the modern Santa over there with the, look at that. Cool. So there we go, a great way to end the year. Lakenheath.
There's only two. Two more in approach. Last two. Here we go. Last two. Come on, hang on, man. Full after battle.
Shout out to all our viewers today. Thank you very much. It's been a very enjoyable year. It's been absolutely incredible. Someone had a pizza. Oh yes. See a pizza box. I think Tim Gooch has been about here.
Yeah, last two. Last two of the year. Come on.
Here we go. Here we go. Our last sweeps of the year. It's been a cracking year, really. Big shout out to the crew chief, ground crew, fighter generation squadrons, keeping these birds airborne and serviceable. You too. Nice. That's nice of you. Thank you very much. And you as well. You too. Have a good one. Yeah, enjoy. Thanks for that, mate. Have a good 2026, man. You too. See you, mate. That's very nice of you.
Last two.
Donated from Kimberley. It's organised. It's fine. It's getting lower. It's getting lower. It's good.
Yeah, you definitely don't need a lowering kit.
It's no, that would be emotional if I did that. So what, we got 2 more to leave the EOR.
Yeah, that badge. It's not such a silly percentage. Was it? Hope you got cash. Yeah, cash.
Yeah, I'll get that. I haven't got that. Just see these off.
Yeah. Not a problem. Anything planned for Christmas?
Parents said that I might do Christmas stream
Oh, right, what?
just for an hour.
Oh, right, yeah.
Little surprise.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, still on. Yeah, I'll tell you in a bit. Yeah, might. I'll see. The weather's alright for it actually.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Is Mr. Bailey going? Hey, what mine on? Make your
One left, I think. Is that one left?
Yeah,
My dad says if you want, you can pick me up somewhere on like the way. So I can teleport like pick up somewhere.
Nikos. Incoming. Incoming.
It's still not. It's still more.
Yeah. Yeah. That should have been the last 2. 4.
Maybe it doesn't really.
No. It won't. No, it won't. No way. Straight in.
Oh, we do actually have another F-15. Just keep coming. Nice to see them all back.
Well, I thought I heard it on the scanner. And I thought, nah, it's probably talking to them. Yeah, 2 more. 2.
Yeah.
This has got to be the last 2 then.
Yeah, then we'll be enough.
Door.
You should get a video of that.
Oh, what?
A video of
Get a
it.
video.
Yeah.
Is that hybrid?
No, cool. It's good electric.
Where's the other one? Fly through.
We won't. We'll come straight through. We won't come through.
Oh, there's still more.
Yeah,
Here we go.
Christmas time.
That's been good. That's been fun. Not even there.
Nice aero braking there, using the undercarriage as a huge parachute, like a drag, creating a lot of drag. Aero braking there, lovely. It's a bit like sticking your hand out the fast moving vehicle. You can feel drag. You start angling it, you start getting lift, but there we go. getting a little bit emotional. Right, so not much to put away, just that. Just the last few bits. Well, we think that's it for our lot anyway. Whether or not they're flying later on, who knows, but that's military aviation. But we're going to go after these have taxied back to the jungle. They have their own specific names, like Hat Rack, the jungle, the Crip. The Crip is for Grim Reapers, Jungle Panthers, Hat Rack, Bolars, Hat Rack, Bad Hatters. I don't remember what the Valkyries are. I think they're Crip as well.
Veltball or something.
I know.
Veltball.
Taxi back to Valhalla. That's
Valhalla,
it.
that's
Valhalla. That's the one.
Yeah. So they've all got different.
Right, we're always learning here, so. And that was a great T-At 3.0. That was rather funny.
I sometimes go to Duxford and I'll jump the time. Don't tell them. Just there when I get home.
And then there was just one.
Good experience. Yeah. Airplane comes up, that's enough. Because you're pulling that 3 or 4 G. Because you're not used to that. Over as you see rolled out. Oh my god. Yeah. You can see on the video, because obviously it's on YouTube, you see the swallow. Yeah, I did 2 of those, normal route, and the victory roll at the end.
And there we go. Our last movements of 2025.
We're all in tears here.
I know. And the ground crew are vacating as well. There we go. What a great way to finish the year. Hey! Big shout out to the 18.
Merry Christmas.
But of course, don't worry, we'll be back next year, which isn't that long really, if you think about it. So our last Guards March is to finish up. Just a few before we finish up, and well, there we go. Did it? Come on and Ted, one last time, man. One last time. Here we go. Right, here we go. So Muzz Mason, thank you very much for your super chat there. A Guards March, thank you very much. Nikos, Claire Bear, Spanner Flight. Gary Inge as well, great stream today, thank you very much for your super chat. Heather Holloway as well with the super chat, thank you very more. Thank you very more? Yeah, thank you very more. I like that, thank you very more. Thank you very more. Well, more is much. Yeah, much more. There you go. Thanks a lot, Heather Holloway. Merry Christmas to the 48th. Oi, oi. Tim Gooch. Oi, oi. High five. And a poor pump there for that. Here's to an epic year. Merry Christmas, everyone. Thanks a lot, Gucci, man. Thank you for your super chat. Jacob Spotter AV, Merry Christmas to you, Ted, Nikos, and Yol. Thank you very much. Elon Musk, TCS. Merry Christmas, everyone. Ted rocks. I love that.
He gets everywhere, that bloke.
Dear, oh dear. Richard, 121970. Happy Christmas, and thank you as well for your super chat. Thank you very much indeed. And one last super chat as well to well, actually, I'm going to do a couple. I want to do a Guards March for everyone here in the viewing area who have supported me this year. And we also got 100k this year, and it's all thanks to everyone here who have supported the channel and just really made it a wonderful community that it is. And just want to wish you all a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year,
everyone,
and all the viewers watching. Merry Christmas to you. And of course, our last one dedicated to the 48 Fighter Wing. Thank you so much for skimming the hair, vans, cars, trees, and lawn mowers. Just have a wonderful Christmas and New Year. And thank you so much. A big shout to all of you. Thank you so much. We fear the Reaper. To Valhalla. Valkyries ride. We're fearing the Reaper. We're the finest, meanest, baddest. And guns up. Awful. And of course, to the other units, the medical, RAPCON, OSS, LE, OSI, SF, trying to remember them all, fire department, medics, and all other roles, FGS, Fighter Generation Squadron. Thank you very much. Right, that is me done, ladies and teddy bears, from myself and Ted and the TCS crew, and Claire Bear, who's not here today. I'm sure she'd love to send all of you a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New One. All right, so thank you very much, and we're going to see you next year. So this is actually quite sad in some ways, but you close the door, open another, right? So my name's Nikos, cameraman, historian, and the commentator. This is Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby, and for the last time for the year here at Lakenheath, it is see you soon, wish you well. Oh, how sad is that though? Bye everyone. That's quite sad, man. But I might be back on Christmas Day. There's a small hint there. Not here though, don't come here. Don't come here Christmas Day, please don't. A few people going,
Nikos.
I'm going to be 5 seconds.
Get off.
Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up, and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres, and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 levels of membership to suit everyone. With your membership, you'll get access to members only videos, photos, posts, unlock special Ted Coningsby YouTube emojis and loyalty badges, as well as being able to access our exclusive members only Discord server. All membership levels reward you with discounts to our online store. Our top level Fighter Squadron was inspired by many of our fans who supported the channel massively. This is more of a personal experience with me and Ted, giving you exclusive live streams and content from behind the scenes photos, special info and updates, as well as a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch for joining. Whichever membership level suits you, we want to say a massive thank you for choosing to join the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Ah, yeah.